Morning, everyone.
So yeah, good morning. It looks like we're going to try something new today of letting, I don't see mics so much yet, but we're hoping to be able to allow everybody's mic to be on because that was costing us so much time yesterday. Trying to activate mics one at a time, and I think a lot of confusion. So we're going to have everybody's mic activated from our end, but if you guys can remember to mute your mics until you're ready to speak, that'll make sure we don't pick up a whole lot of background and hear you muttering to your neighbor about what makes you unhappy. So for your sake and ours, there you go. Yeah, mute them until you're ready to speak. That'd be great. Okay, well, I think we're ready to get going this morning. And the first thing we have on our picking up from yesterday, tabled to a time certain, was Malcolm's motion around the minimum size limit and a look at that by the MSAB. So I guess I would look for Malcolm and see if we can share. I think he did send out the motion, so see if we can get that motion up on the screen. And give Malcolm a chance to speak to it. I'm not seeing everybody yet, but is Malcolm in the room?
Hand raised.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it would still help us if you can raise your hand when you want to speak. That brings you to the top of our list so we can see you. So even though you have a mic all the time, maybe it would help to raise your hand. Okay, great. Go ahead, Malcolm.
Okay, thank you. So I did circulate it on email, and I think Laura's working on getting it up on the screen. So good morning. Yeah, this is we discussed a lot of this yesterday, so I just tried to get it into a better, more thought out format. But the idea came especially during the intersessional meeting or the interim meeting when Christopher Oliver said that he was ready to vote on it right now, and I was really hesitant. So I think we need to just take a better look at this. And I think the MSAB is the best place to take a hard look at it. And if there are benefits and it's worthwhile to the fishery overall, we should adopt it. But if it's not, we should know those pitfalls. So, yeah, it looks like it's coming up now.
I think so.
So if you could, Secretary, go to slide 4. Thank you.
Okay, actually, I had one little edit, Laura, that I sent this morning, but maybe are you able to type into that?
Yes.
Okay, did you, so let's see, shoot, one sec, at the very end of it, it would read, economic yield, comma, effects on other sectors, and possible shifts in fishing behavior. So the bottom would just be modified a little from that to economic yield, comma, effects on other sectors.
So Secretary, please edit or remove or exit the presentation so we may see the edit.
Oh, so you can't just edit it up there on the screen?
We can, but then it's not in the full view, so we could we could leave it in the partial view, but I edit in the background and then we can project it afterwards.
Okay, thank you. So that must be Canadian spelling for behavior. I'll just assume
That's okay.
that is. Okay.
We're supposed to be in Canada, right?
Right, I'm virtually in Canada. I wish I was there. I miss all you guys in Victoria, but anyway. Okay, so moving on to the motion. The Conference Board recommends that the Commission request the IPHC Secretariat and the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board examine the potential impacts of eliminating, reducing to 30 inches, or maintaining the 32-inch minimum size limit in the directed commercial fishery. Analysis should include potential effects to fishing intensity, yield at the coast-wide and individual IPHC regulatory area scale, fishery limit distribution, economic yield, effects on other sectors, and possible shifts in fishing behavior. And I guess I'll look for a second first.
Do we have a second? Let's see. Lyle has his hand up. Is that to second? Lyle?
I second it, and then I do have a question, or I'll second it to start it off, Linda.
Okay. Okay, let's call Lyle the second, and then maybe Malcolm, do you want to speak to it a little bit before we take questions?
Yep, I'll be happy to speak to it, and I appreciate the international first and second. That's nice to have. So, we spoke to most of this yesterday. We heard the presentation from Dr. Stewart, but I just think there's a lot of more that we need to look at other than just what Dr. Stewart provided. And we do all our numbers. The actual idea of a TCEY is a total constant exploitable yield, which would change. If we're targeting all sizes of fish, I think there's just a lot of other factors and moving pieces to consider before we just jump into it. And like I said, I was prompted to move into this partly by the commissioner's direction, but especially when I heard former Commissioner Oliver say he was ready to vote right then. And I don't think we're ready to move there, but if it is beneficial to the fishery overall, I'd certainly be happy to adopt it, or support it, I guess. So the one thing I did add was the possible shifts in fishing behavior, and that's to include ideas of high grading, because I am a little wary of the fact that if we put this in, that guys that are fishing on areas where there are small fish may have a serious incentive to shift to the bigger fish, where we may end up catching more females overall than males as people end up high grading. So anyway, that's what I have for now.
Great. Thank you, Malcolm. So I think we have Lyle next, even though he's dropped back in the list. Why don't you go ahead with your question,
Sure.
Lyle?
Malcolm, in the motion, do you want to start at 30 areas? There was talk yesterday of smaller, of 28. Do you want to give them a range to look at other than just 30, or just and it's just a comment and what's your thought?
Yeah, thank you, Lyle. I as I thought about it, I ended up putting 30 inches in there, and I'm happy to remove it if that's the will of the body here. But it just seems like anything less than 30 is very unmarketable. We're already hearing even 32-inch fish the buyers whine about, and we even had some price splits up here where there was a, instead of just a 20 and under, there was a 10-15 price split, which was significantly lower than even the 15 to 20 pound range when they did that, but they just don't want. So anyway, that's why I picked that, because I thought anything less than 30. So if we're going to have a cutoff, having a 28-inch fish just didn't seem reasonable, but I'm happy to change that.
No, thanks, Malcolm. I'm happy with your rationale, so that's fine. Just wanted to ask.
Thanks, Lyle. Okay, so I have Don Victor up next. We had a raised hand, maybe not looking to speak. Okay, let's go to Forrest Braden.
And then, can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So thanks for the motion, Malcolm. I'm wondering, rather than making decisions here, if we just carry it forward more generally, or even providing a range, maybe those are some of the maybe there is justification for going below 30 inches that we can't decide right now, but it would be better decided in the MSC process. So that's one comment, and then another comment is Ian's analysis also did look at a maximum size limit, which I don't support necessarily, but it might be good to contain that in the discussion, so that we can at least substantiate reasons why that might not be a good idea. So those are some thoughts. I don't know if I need to make an amendment to the motion, but I'm just sharing ideas right now.
I would say that since Malcolm's included in his motion the range from eliminating the size limit to 32 inches, you have the full range to look at. I mean, you put a marker at 30, but if eliminating's in there, I would think the MSAB would have lots of flexibility. It is silent on the maximum size, so if people want to reflect that the conference board doesn't support looking at a maximum size, then I would suggest someone think about amending to include that, or we can just capture it in conversation, but it should at least be something stated so we get it in the minutes. So over to you guys if you want to make it an amendment or just some strong statements if people are in agreement.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, as I mentioned yesterday, I have some concerns about reducing the size limit if the appropriate monitoring regime is not in place. I think that if we talk about the perception of releasing fish, public perception, we also have to make sure we can walk the walk and we have the monitoring to say that isn't a problem. I think this motion, though, addresses that under the looking at the possible shifts in fishing behavior to see, talking about what it would look like if high grading was occurring. But I do think we need to make sure we note that there are some concerns over making sure the proper monitoring is in place. With respect to the motion itself, I think Forrest's point about the eliminating or reducing, I don't know if we want to just be so specific on the 30 inches and give the MSAB some room to look at, a few of them. I just worry that if it's interpreted as limiting to 30 or 32, that might not be much of a difference to actually show a lot in the analysis, and so we might end up with analysis that doesn't really answer our questions. So that would be my comment on that. Is I think the idea Forrest had about leaving it just to eliminating, reducing, or maintaining the 32 minimum size limit. I think we'll have people in the room at the MSAB who can speak to, should it be 30, should it be 26, should it be 28, or whatever those are. So I would just put that on the table. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word table because it means different things in Canada and the U.S. I'd put that out there for discussion. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word.
Madam Chair?
So Chris, I'm not sure I'm quite clear. You're saying you think we should have another marker in there, like 28 inches, or?
I think that if we just say the motion.
Maybe we have a quick reminder to mute your microphone if you are not speaking.
Thank you for joining Global Meet. When you hear the tone, you will be the third person to join the meeting.
Okay, if you're not speaking, make sure you're.
I guess what I'm saying is I think the motion as written, and if this is the intent of the group, if this is what we agree to, just eliminate it so it's no size limit, reduce it to 30 inches, or maintain the 32-inch size limit. It's very specific around that. I don't think it gives the flexibility, as Forrest mentioned, to look at something other than 30 inches. I just think that if we look,
Okay, so I'll look for somebody to suggest an amendment to get that language how you want it.
Eliminating, reducing, or maintaining the 32-inch size limit. Would that not give the flexibility, or be specific, 26, 28, 30 inches? I just think we need to put some flexibility in there.
Okay, let's give Malcolm a chance to say whether that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll take that as a friendly amendment to strike the words to 30 inches. We could take those 3 words out of there. Well, I guess 2 words and a number. Because I'm hearing, that was 3 people in a row, and I'm fine with that as long as Lyle agrees. That was 3 people in a row.
Great. Okay. So we'll give the secretary a chance to make that change. Thanks for being flexible on that, Malcolm.
No, that covers it.
Chris, do you have anything else? Or should we go to Kirill?
All right, good morning. I'm Kirill Sergeant representing KB Fisherman here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think we had a talk yesterday between our board members. We don't think this putting the reducing the fish size limit to 32 inches. I think this topic shouldn't be even on the agenda, is because the fish sizes are already small as it is. And the growth rate we see is not as sufficient enough as growing. We would rather see something like leaving the big fish in the water. I know some of the members here that I just heard might be opposed to that, but I think 32 should be left as it is. But instead talk about leaving the bigger fish inside because they're producing. It's like here in Alaska, how ADF&G manages wildlife. You leave the females and you sacrifice some of the males that'll produce and not eliminate our fishery. It'll make it a little more sustainable.
Okay, thanks, Kirill. I think just so you know, this is an issue that is moving ahead in the commission system, and this motion is to have slow it down a little bit in terms of we want a good, careful look at it before this moves ahead. So probably speaks to some of your concerns on the minimum size. And I would just say if anybody wants to amend the motion to speak to the big fish, we can do that as part of this motion, or we can take a second motion. So you could think about whether you want to offer an amendment.
We would offer a recommendation.
But thanks for your comments on the motion.
A higher size limit.
Okay, and then I think.
Yes, yeah.
So do you want to offer an amendment to this that we look at a higher size limit? I think there's a lot of support. Okay, so is there a second to an amendment to this motion that the conference board also recommend consideration of a maximum size limit? Now we have people with their hands up to speak, so if you want to second that, maybe mute your mic and let us know you want a second. Okay. All right, so we have a second from Forrest. So the amendment would be for the MSAB to also take a look at the impacts of a maximum size limit. And I guess I didn't hear any numbers in that, so we'll just leave it vague as a maximum size limit. And I think you already spoke to that some, Kirill, about leaving big fish in the water to sustain the population in the future. So I'll just look to see if anybody else wants to speak to this amendment. Well, I guess I could see Malcolm, is that a friendly amendment, or do you want to have us vote on that separately?
Sorry. Yeah, I suppose I could take that as a friendly amendment. I will express a little annoyance that this wasn't brought up yesterday when we first brought it up, or last night when I circulated this motion, but sure, we could add that now. I mean, the one thing I think about, if I could just speak to it real briefly, I guess. But
okay, is that okay with?
But I mean, the one thing I'd like to see is just the ability to release them if you wanted to, which right now we're required to retain them. So maybe that'll be part of that analysis, but I'll just leave that.
Linda, can I speak to this?
Okay, so yeah, hang on one second. Let's just be clear. So I think we have to get concurrence from Lyle of adding this as a friendly amendment. But my understanding is the motion is for the MSAB to also look at a maximum size limit. I don't know if you want incorporated or release allowance. I think that might be getting into messy ground. So I would just keep it right now at looking at a maximum size limit. Lyle, is that okay with you to make that we need concurrence for them a second to make that a friendly amendment to this motion?
As we're doing now, I think to look at the minimum, and then if they want to look at the maximum, I think that should be in a different motion. I think it gets confusing if we're going to try to incorporate the goal. So honestly, I'd like to see this one just left alone, and if they want to make another motion to deal with the bigger fish, then let's separate that out and have that discussion.
Okay, well that motion's on the floor and it's been seconded, but we'll vote on it as a separate amendment to this motion. If it fails as part of this motion, it fails. If it's approved, then it moves forward to the MSAB as this direction. So
yes, am I on? My labeling on this microphone's backwards. Looks like I'm speaking, right? Okay. So as I brought up earlier, and sorry, Malcolm, you know, a lot going on, and I appreciate you circulating this last night. You know, sometimes ideas come to mind late in the game, just as we're, you know, readdressing it. So really appreciate your work. And then obviously there's some interest in having a maximum size limit. As I said before, I don't support it, but I think it would be a reasonable thing because you know, we're talking about changes in size limits. Maybe we want to address it separately, but at least, you know, from my perspective, if this was dealt with in the MSC, that it would potentially put it to rest or potentially substantiate it or validate it for others that would like to see it happen. So I could see a place for it in here, but I'm not going to push real hard on it.
Can't hear you, Linda. No.
sorry about that. Yeah, just seeing if anybody else wants to speak to this amendment, which would add consideration by the MSAB of a maximum size limit. I guess it looks like we have Chris.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down. My apologies.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead, Chris.
Malcolm.
Sorry, I forgot.
No worries.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead. Who's that?
Here.
Malcolm.
Okay, let's just see. I think we, by accident, skipped over. Oh, he keeps jumping. Yeah, let's give Per a chance.
Me up, Linda? Yo, Linda. Okay. Actually, I was in favor of the original motion as stated, and then the first amendment was okay, but the second amendment, now you're muddying the waters. That should be a separate amendment. And I'm probably maybe the only guy here who ever fished at a 26-inch size limit. Of course, we were using J-hooks at that time. It was a different fishery. And we didn't get many small fish, you know. It was really rare to get one under 26. And I've always been pushing for a 30-inch size limit to be investigated because I thought that was a reasonable compromise. So I don't support the Second Amendment to look at a larger size. That should be a different motion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Per.
Yes.
It's offered as an amendment,
Yes,
so we
thank
got to
you.
handle it
I
as
agree with
it's,
Per.
as it's made.
There's been some study about
Paul Clampett, were you
having
wanting
a higher
to speak
size,
to this amendment?
an upper size limit, and some of the preliminary data that came out of it was that you're going to, you're going to defeat the purpose because the handling of large fish is particularly damaging to them because they're large and they're susceptible to, gill damage, lip damage. I mean, more than a smaller fish, and plus the fact that they're on the gear for it could be a long length of time on the ground, weakens them. So you're defeating your whole purpose. You're going to end up wasting fish, and so I'm against that amendment. I agree with Per. It should be a second motion, and I would vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Carter, speaking to the amendment.
I agree with Per on this. I've thought about it before. I understand the sentiment, and I have not figured out
Go ahead, Carter.
how to release a large fish other than when I've done it, I don't measure it. I just cut the gain and bring it aboard, and that probably would be taken too well by a camera or an observer, but sometimes it's obvious. I'd rather see this separate motion. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say the same thing. I'm actually going to request maybe if the maker of the amendment wants to withdraw it, that'd be nice. But yeah, I'm opposed to this. I'm glad Lyle was thinking faster than I was because I originally thought it would be fine, but I oppose it. Thank you.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, good morning. Linda Kozak, Kodiak Vessel Owners. We have not had a chance to discuss the amendment. We're going to support the main motion.
Linda,
I think I'm going to
KBOA.
have to oppose the amendment simply because we haven't had any time to think about this or have it been discussed within the group. Thanks.
Okay, great. Well, this can be our first vote. So we're voting just on the amendment, whether we're amending Malcolm's motion to include consideration by the MSAB of a maximum size limit. So if everybody can take their hands down, right now we have 4 or 5 of you with your hands up. So make sure your hands down. Okay, great. And now we'll ask for all in favor of the amendment to check the little, so you go up to the top of your screen, there's the icon of the person with their hand up.
Linda,
under that, you can
just a
check
quick
the green
clarification.
box
Are we
that
voting
says
on
agree, or
the
circle
amendment
with
for
a
the
check
maximum
that
size
says
limit or the
agree
amendment for
if you support this, and disagree if you don't.
the current language that's in the motion right now?
We're voting on the motion to amend to include a maximum size limit or consideration by the MSAB of a maximum size limit. I know it's confusing because that language isn't on the screen, but we're voting on the amendment to this motion on the screen. So if you don't support the amendment, you're voting no. If you support the amendment, you're voting yes. Okay, we got it. And if you're abstaining, you can raise your hand. I forgot that one. All right. I can't. Oh, now I can see all the people. Do we
keep in mind that if you
need to give people a few more time, or a little more time, or are we good?
If we have conflicts, then we'll consider it as no vote. But we will give you time and let you know when we will close the vote. And then we'll ask that you do not adjust your status to then allow us to capture the results of the vote. Okay, the vote's closed.
Okay, seems like everybody's probably had enough time to get the vote.
Just one moment, let me just capture a good long list.
We get a vote count. It is.
And one last capture, and then we're good. And if I may ask the Secretary to now clear everyone's status. And back to you, chairs. Yes, so in summary, it was 43.
Okay, and did we get a count?
And 2 agree, and 7 abstentions.
Okay. All right. So we're back to the main motion here with the, well, I guess we incorporated one friendly, but unamended other than that. Any more comments on this main motion, which is on the board, to have the MSAB take a look at the changing the minimum size, changing or eliminating? It looks like Terry Henshaw.
It's Chuck Ashcroft.
Terry, did you want us?
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is just a simple question, and not knowing the,
sorry, it's changing quickly.
The commercial fishery regulations in Alaska or U.S.
Chuck is out. Okay.
Is it mandatory to retain a legal size fish for whatever size you make it, or can they be released and high graded? If so, that changes how we look at this. If it's mandatory, then they can't be released, and high grading should technically not be a factor legally. So I just wanted to know the question there. Thanks. If there's an answer.
So that's the same as in Canada, Chuck.
Yes, so in Alaska, if you have any remaining
Yes, I didn't know
IFU,
if-
you're required to retain any legal sized halibut.
Did a musing of, well, it would be nice to be able to release larger fish if we want to, but that was not part of this, and it was just kind of amusing, I believe.
Can I clarify that?
Yeah, just sure. I'm new to this.
Yeah, we'll get to you in just a second. Let's give Donald Victor a chance to
I'm just
speak.
trying to navigate it here, so just wanted to note that. Thank you. Good, thanks.
Okay, yeah, we're now, oh, I see, you're saying on the last one you
Just a
voted
point of
no. I think we
clarification, with our
captured
camera
that.
system, we actually, every
And
once
now
in a
we're
while,
looking
we do
for
release
comments
a
on
fish, but
this
it does
motion.
come off our quota
Okay,
because it
Lyle,
shows
go
up on
ahead.
the camera as an over 32. So that's how it's kind of dealt with on the vessel. It does happen once in a while, especially at the end of the year. You know, if you've got too much fish coming and you've got to trip a bunch because you've met your quota, then there's actually mortality attributed to the vessel for any oversized fish that's released.
Bronwyn.
Thank you, chairs.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay, it looks
Could I
like
get,
Rob
some
Cronlin.
clarification, please, on what is meant by fishing behavior, which I
Cronlin,
might
sorry.
interpret as fleet movement or release practices, which is perhaps a little distinct from what Chris Borer spoke to earlier with respect to monitoring, which would fall under what's called implementation error. So maybe somebody could clarify what is meant by fishing behavior.
Speak up, please, Rob.
Well, I could go back to what Malcolm said, was that if people change how they fish to avoid small fish more under this change in minimum size, because the price of small fish drops to half of what it is right now, that we could actually shift to have more focus, more harvest of the bigger fish. And that's how he explained what he meant by fishing behavior. But I think people at the MSAB will also have a chance to draw out other considerations, such as what Chris brought up.
Shifts in fishing behavior.
That refers to.
Of implementation error. Okay.
To clarify, Chair.
Because I'm not sure I fully understand what that means, but let me ask Malcolm if that's
How well people are doing with respect
acceptable as a
to
friendly.
the size limit.
Oh, great. Thanks. Okay, Malcolm, is that acceptable to you as a friendly? Did we lose Malcolm? Here you are. Malcolm, I don't see your
I'm having all
microphone,
kinds
but
of problems here. Sorry, I got totally kicked off.
is that acceptable as a
No,
friendly?
I didn't even. Maybe I can let Lyle take over here. No, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
I guess so. So he's asked if we could add in, along with changes in fishing behavior, possible effects of implementation error, meaning the ability.
Well, who offered that?
Rob Cronlund, Canada.
Thanks. Oh boy. Yeah. Well,
Rob.
I mean, I was considering putting something like in any unintended consequences, but yeah, I guess that seems fine.
So I'm just going to interject here a bit. So this is a recommendation to the commissioners to direct the MSAB and stuff. And so the process of the MSAB is first that when you do this is developing your objectives. And so I don't think they're going to limit how they're going to develop objectives to evaluate these things just on some of the aspects that the conference board is putting forward. The conference board, I think, I look at this recommendation as, our motion as, this is the things we really think are important, but I'm quite sure the MSAB process will include other aspects that we may not be thinking of right now, because if you're going to do a full analysis. I think maybe we're trying to micromanage this a little bit too much.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. I think that's a great comment, and that was my idea here too. Let's just have the MSAB take a look at this. These are some things it should include. It doesn't limit it to that. So
you can always say examine potential impacts such as, and that kind of the catch-all phrase and doesn't limit you. You put such as in front of eliminating. Such as
developing your MSAB.
Examine potential impacts.
Thank you, Chair. That was it.
So is that acceptable to Rob?
Question on the motion.
Are you asking me?
That's okay. Okay, great. Thanks so much. All right, so we'll just say such as these, what we have listed here, which isn't ruling out them looking at other aspects of this that the MSAB might consider important. If you're
Gary? Yeah. We're not voting yet.
Linda, you're...
Did we
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm sorry. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on this motion.
Sorry.
So everybody can see it. I think we've had a chance to speak to it. Let's go ahead and go for red crosses. Oh, do you want to add in the such as language? Is that something the Secretariat can do?
The Chair, will you please
let me just read this.
keep the end of
CB
the
recommends that
last
the Commission
sentence
request
in,
the
such as
IPHC Secretariat and the MSAB to examine the potential impacts of eliminating or reducing or retaining the 32-inch size limit in the directed commercial fishery. Analysis should include potential effects such as fishing intensity, yield to the coastwide, da 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 da. Yeah.
Okay, and Secretary.
So it comes right after potential effects.
And did you still want an implementation error on the very end?
Such as.
Or remove that now? Okay. Captures it.
I think we ended up dropping that.
So as you see here.
Yeah. Yes, I think you got it. Okay, I think now we're ready to vote. So green mark means you support the motion that's on the board, red you oppose, hand up as you abstain.
Submit that vote now, and you have 1 minute to vote. $20 seconds remaining, so please make sure to submit your vote. Okay, and the vote is now closed. We will capture the results, so please bear with us. Oh, could you please put the motion back up, Secretariat, so I may capture it with the votes. And just final capture here. And Secretary, you are cleared to clear everyone's status. Yes, so we have 45 agreed.
Okay, and do we have a vote on that to report?
And 1 disagree.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We got through 1 motion. All right. So I think next we were going to see if anybody wanted to make a motion On the MSC update or MSC process that we had a presentation on yesterday, or the economic impact assessment
Yeah, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
information that was presented.
All right.
See, I see
yeah,
two
so I
hands
did
up,
have
so why
I
don't
would
we
like to,
take
at least
Dan
capture
Felby
the fact
first
that
and then
the
Jeff
MSAB
Kaufman.
has kind of finished their current scope of work. I mean, they were asked to basically present final results on scale and distribution at this meeting. It's been a multi-year process working towards it, and I think we should acknowledge that the group did a lot of work and they have delivered the results that were asked of them. I understand our last motion kind of sets them on a new series of tasks, but I do think it's important to just note that they are doing that. And so I had some language that I sent to the Secretariat that I think accomplishes that recognition that I'm trying to achieve. And maybe I can get them to put that up on the screen. Yes, this would be
Okay, I think
offering this as a
we're working
motion.
on that.
It does contain
And
essentially
so
an endorsement. So it's
we're offering
not
this
just
as
in the minutes.
a motion for conference board concurrence.
Yes, so one moment while we have that motion projected. We're just sharing the screen. Yes, that would be slide 2, Secretary.
There we go.
This should be it here through the chair.
Yeah, so I tried to work this out a little bit last night, shared it with that, but I think that it's important that the conference board note that the completion of the IPHC MSC and delivery of results that AM097 investigating the scale and distribution components of the management procedures as presented in the document we have for this meeting, and as well as the 2 MSAB reports. I think it's important to acknowledge and appreciate the work that both the IPA Secretariat and the MSAB members put in over the last few years to try and produce these results that they were asked to. And I think it's appropriate for the conference board to endorse the work of the MSC and find that the results will be useful for the specification of a harvest strategy policy in the future. And yesterday when Alan was talking, I did point out that one of the useful findings I found was the effect of a smoother at both of the coastwide and IPHC regulatory scale, how it reduces variability without sacrificing yield. And I think that's just an example of some of the information that the commissioners can use from the MSC results as they go ahead and craft the follow-on to the interim agreement. So that would be essentially the motion in the minutes that I would recommend the conference board adopt moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Is there a second to this motion? I would say if you want a second, since we already have a bunch of hands up, go ahead and call it out.
Mike Fowler.
We have a second? Sorry, who was that seconding?
Yeah, no, I think I spoke to it. I'll just stay on mute.
Okay.
Respond if I need to.
Great. Dan, I think anything else you want to add? It seems like you spoke to it.
Maybe. I guess I'd like to ask the maker of the motion. Dan, is there another motion
All
forthcoming?
right.
This seems to
So
reflect
it looks
back
like
on
Jeff
some of the work that the
Kaufman had his
MSAB
hand up.
did
Jeff,
in
was it to
acknowledging and
speak on
endorsing
this
that.
motion?
Do you have something coming forward, Dan, for future work?
No, I don't. I mean, I think the last motion we had kind of speaks to a direction we want the MSAB and the MSC process to go. This just basically pulls it together and thanks them for the work they've done and recognizes that they've completed their tasks.
Okay, Madam Chair. So with that, I guess I just want to confirm, Dan, that so you think that the conference board's desire for the MSAB moving forward has already been fully described in the previous motion, Dan, and because you had floated a motion yesterday that was pretty detailed about the MSAB and future work. Are you planning to do something of that nature?
No, I don't. I think the commissioners. I think, as I understand that, the MSC team is going to continue refining some of the technical aspects of the model, and they'll definitely be doing some of those things we talked about at the MSAB in terms of, additional refinements to migration and that type of thing that Alan described yesterday as part of looking at the size limit. So I don't really think we need to get down in the weeds of what some of those technical refinements to the model will be at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll support Dan's motion, and I sent you a draft motion as well as a follow-up then to this. Thanks.
Through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Hopefully Laura has that and we can look at that next. Looks like David Hernandez is next.
Yeah, just on the motion, it's the example.
Okay, no worries. All right, Chris Ford.
I'm having some difficulty with that part of the motion. We heard yesterday in response to talking direct question to Dr. Hicks about constraints or smoothers at the coastwide and regulatory area level, that it was good to have both of them. When Dr. Hicks responded that he's not really so concerned about the coastwide variability now, realize it's more important at the regulatory level. I agree with the motion in the first part that we noted the delivery of the work, we acknowledge and appreciate the work and commitment, and we endorse the MSC find the results useful, but recalling that specific example of figure 13 and the smoothing function, I'm not supportive of that. Thank you.
Let's see if I've Jeff.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know, Jeff. Did you want to respond to that or speak to that, or is your hand up?
Yes.
Still from before.
Gather, it's my turn here. My name's Chuck Ashcroft. I echo
it's down.
Chris's
sorry,
thoughts.
Go ahead.
I find that statement or that example leading to a direction that one person wishes to see, and that's fine. But it should be, just as the previous motion we did, should include several examples that may need to be yet discussed. Otherwise, at this point in time, I would vote against the motion.
Yes, good morning, Linda Kozak, Kodiak Vessel Owners. I would agree with the previous speaker. I'm very uncomfortable with the
Okay, understood. Linda Kozak.
In the third paragraph, and I will be voting against the motion if that remains. And I'm not prepared to make an amendment, but I'm just notifying the maker of the motion that I'm not in support of that paragraph as it currently reads.
Okay, so there seems to be
Yeah,
some
I mean, I think if that sentence
concern
is causing
about calling out figure
a lot of
13
opposition,
and the
then would be happy to accept a friendly
function
amendment to
aspect.
take out that second
Let's see,
sentence.
Dan, did you want to respond
personally
to that?
think that, you know, it is in that figure and it's kind of a result of the model. But if people are not comfortable highlighting that, then I think I'm fine with taking it out. If someone wanted to make a friendly amendment.
Yes,
Okay,
if
looking
the
for
maker of the
someone to
motion
make a
accepts it
friendly
as a
amendment
friendly, I will make an amendment
to drop the
move
second sentence of the
second
third paragraph.
sentence in
Let's
paragraph
see.
3.
Linda, you're at the top of the
That
list
would
with
be
your
friendly
hand
with
up.
concurrence in a second.
Through the chair,
Okay, is that okay?
Sure.
Forrest, that friendly by you as the second?
Can we also add who the seconder was, please? Because I've missed that.
Okay, great. All right, so amended to drop the second sentence of the third paragraph.
I didn't see that night. And I'll just say, you know,
And it looks like all the
Dan,
hands.
thanks for agreeing to that, because I think it actually makes it stronger, because we're endorsing all
The
the work
Forrest,
and not just.
Braden is the second on the motion. Is that what you were asking, Jim? You were kind of faint.
Everything, and so it's more inclusive, and I think it becomes
Okay.
a stronger comment to the commission.
Okay, it looks like we have another hand up. Tom? Tom, are you looking to speak? Or were you just ready to vote? All right, I'm not hearing Tom. Okay, hands down. All right, let's try and take a vote on this. So voting on the motion that's there on your screen. If everybody's clear on what the motion is, I think by now you know what to do. So go ahead and green is yes, red is no, a hand is abstain.
yes, there's 40 seconds remaining to submit your vote.
And the vote's open, so there's still some people that haven't voted.
20 seconds.
Let's see.
Okay, so the vote will close now, and we will capture
Okay.
the results, so please hold.
Okay,
Yeah, one moment.
looks like that passes, so we can probably move on. We'll get the official count when you're ready.
Apologies.
Oh, okay.
You're ready to go. Please clear the status, Secretariat.
Okay. Let's see. It sounded like we might have one more motion on future work of the MSAB from Jeff Kaufman. I don't know if there's others who want to speak to the MSAB or to the other report,
I
but
sent that
that's
to Lara
open the
and
floor
yourself. Is there
for
any chance you could
motions
put
on
that up
that
on the
right
screen?
now. Jeff, did you
I
have
did.
another motion you wanted
Lara,
to make?
and I sent it to you in a separate email. Linda. Yeah, 5-10 minutes ago, Emily.
Did you email that?
This morning,
Okay,
Make sure it's not stuck in the outbox.
I got it.
And okay, and I guess the one I sent you had an addition to a motion that I thought Dan was going to float. So we could ignore the lower portion of that and just focus on the upper motion on the one on the very top.
I'll send it again to
Thank you, Linda.
So,
Yeah, sure. So this motion really surrounds the MSAB and their future work. And,
I don't know. Do you have it there? Do you want to read what
part
part of the motion you're looking to make?
In the Halbert area in general, as well as in the regulatory areas. And as you know, when we got a new commissioner, things seemed to suddenly change in the conference board. I don't know, at least certainly I was surprised by that approach that was coming, where the MSAB may no longer look at bycatch, or that the IPHC may not even look at bycatch going forward. And I think those are some comments from Commissioner Merrill. And so I think it kind of caught many of us by surprise. And it seems that if nothing else, I don't know if we get it past the commissioners, but if nothing else, we ought to at least make a statement from the conference board. So the motion reads, the conference board recommends that the commission request the IPHC Secretariat and Management Strategy Advisory Board further examine the potential impacts of bycatch of halibut on the resource and commercial and sport fisheries coastwide. Analysis should include potential effects to yield at the coastwide and individual IPHC regulatory area scale, catch limit distribution, and economic yield.
Yes, it should be projected soon.
So,
So
Madam
may
Chair, I
ask
would
the
just
Secretary to go to slide 2.
I would just add that this was a directive
that,
of the
Laura?
commissioners up until recently when we got a new commissioner. The directive from the commissioners was for the MSAB to look at bycatch and its implications and the downstream impacts. And I think it's, even if we can't control bycatch here, which we cannot, I think it's important for all of us to understand what those impacts are from one regulatory to the other. What are the downstream impacts, and how is it affecting everybody? And so this seems to be a really important part, and we could keep it scientific based on I think the council's management of the halibut resource.
I would second that motion. Russell Cameron, UFAWU.
And it was on our work list going forward.
Okay, there we
but
go.
It looks like it may be
Laura.
removed, and so I thought it'd be important to get a statement.
Sorry, who was that
bycatch,
seconding the motion?
and its implications are very important to
Thank you.
to our work and to the directed fisheries.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Kozak, Kodiak Vessel Owners. I was
Okay, so the motion's been moved and seconded. I think Jeff has spoken to it. Are there questions or comments? Linda Kozak?
Will be
Thank you, Linda. Sean Cooper, can you take your check mark down?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
If you would, from CHN.
Okay. I'm just wondering if
Chris,
we possibly to
go
change
ahead.
the wording slightly, just to say analysis should include potential effects to yield at the coast-wide, region, and individual regulatory area scale. The reason I just wanted to add in the regional, and the rationale for that is the regional level is we hear sometimes that there's no biological basis for IPHC regulatory areas, and sometimes we look at things at the regional level. It may turn out that we don't need it. I just think that we might want to have it in there and include it. So I just ask for people's thoughts on that.
Yes, and I guess that would be with the comma, right? It's not coast-wide regional, it's coast-wide and regional.
Yeah, so I'm at coast-wide, comma, regional, and
Jeff, is that a friendly to you to add regional?
Seconder is fine with it. No objection.
Coast-wide, comma.
No, just that I will be supporting the motion, and I think.
Okay, and Russell, no objection from. Great. Okay. All right, Chris. Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you. I can support this motion. I think it's important to look at all of the aspects of the effects on.
Thanks, Chris. For it.
Regions, distant or close, on other regions and yields, etc. It makes sense to me that this would be something that the MSC process would look at, and hopefully the MSAB would look at if we can continue forward. But I can support this motion. Thank you, Jeff, for putting it there.
Okay, great. So we've got it amended.
Yeah, I do. I just was curious. Question of
if there are
Jeff,
no
what
more
is the time
comments
frame
on
that
this,
this happening over?
Yeah. Okay. So Chris and
moving
Forrest,
forward,
I think you're finished.
You've
Dan,
got
you want to comment?
The size limit. There's potentially this bycatch. There's working on follow-up of the interim agreement. I mean, I think there's a fair bit on everybody's plate at the time. I'm just kind of curious if he had any thoughts about the time frame to look at this.
It seems that it was in the hopper at the MSAB, and it was kind of going down the pipeline until we kind of took a change of direction recently. And so it's my hope, Dan, that we could look at some of this in 2021. And like I mentioned before, it was part of the work plan for a long time, and it was tasked to us to do this. And so I don't know that the commission has an official stance on whether to deal with bycatch at the MSAB or not, but I'm hearing that it may not be looked at very favorably at this moment. And so I thought it was important to flag this. And then I think that this is a really important thing to understand and study and analyze through the MSC process. And it's my hope that we can get started on that sooner than later.
Okay, thanks for that. So I'm getting 2021 as your, that's the expectation. And we know there's other priorities as well, but that's our expectation with this motion. Directed, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Laura, you should just tell me where you're asking about that, the directed. Oh, I see. Okay, so you have the potential impacts, Jeff, of halibut on the resource. You want to say directed
that's
commercial
correct, and I'm okay with that
and
change
sport
if we'd like to be
fisheries?
more specific.
Here, is that your intent, Jeff, that in speaking to the commercial and sport fisheries, you're talking about the directed halibut fishery?
I agree. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, So while we're doing that, I just noticed that Chris Orr has in the chat.
I think it makes sense to clarify what commercial fishery we're talking about here. So thank you.
A while ago.
Add that word too. Okay. Okay. So maybe this is a good time while Laura gets the word directed in there. So to vote, which we're going to do in a minute on this motion, you go up to the icon on the top of your screen of a person with their hand raised, and there's a little downward pointing triangle. Next to it, pull down that drop menu, and there's a place there to select agree, disagree, if you want to vote yes or no, and if you want to abstain, just select the raise hand spot in the drop down. Okay. Jim, were you looking to comment on this? No? Okay. Looks like we're ready to vote, I think, on Jeff's motion, which is up on...
Yes, we're good to go. We just
I'm sorry.
Status and
Are we ready?
1 minute for voting. Pardon me.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like we have it. Ready, set, go. Yeah, the voting is open, so everybody vote again. They have vote now.
So we have 30 seconds until the vote will close.
Still a bunch of people that haven't voted.
So 10 seconds.
Okay, we're getting there. Good job.
I see a bit of movement. So if you wish to abstain, be sure to unselect your agree or disagree.
Yes, abstain is the hand raised. We have some
And the
abstains.
vote is closed now, so we will be capturing the results. Please hold for a moment.
Okay. While you get that tallied up, I guess we can't see if anybody else is raising their hand. I'm going to take this opportunity to just comment on the economic impact assessment report or presentation we received yesterday to say I was really impressed by the information in that report. And I know it's going to be super useful to the U.S. in some of the policy work going on, domestic policy analysis of managing bycatch, managing the halibut resource, and certainly we'll look for ways to incorporate that information into our process. And just note for our minutes that that's really helpful and long needed information on the value of the halibut fishery going beyond just the ex-vessel point of sale. So I think we should have that on the record. I don't know if there's anybody who wants to make a motion or speak anything else on the MSAB or that
hi, Linda. You got me?
report, but I know everybody was getting a little bit
Morning.
worn out by the end of the day.
Yeah,
so
you
I
were
just
asking a
wanted to
question
capture that.
at the end
I
of
thought
that
it was really
presentation yesterday.
outstanding.
Did you get an answer as to
Looks
when
like
that
Garrett has a
information might
hand
be
raised.
presented to
Go
the
ahead,
council?
Garrett. Yep. So what I was told is that there's no plan right now to provide that information to the council. And so it wouldn't be a bad
I appreciate you calling that out.
from us.
And I would think it's important to include the statement in the minutes, noting that we got the presentation. And I think we can agree as a conference board
like
that economic data will be very valuable in future halibut management and domestic management arenas. I completely agree with what your sentiment is, and I would hope that the rest of the conference board agrees that that'll be very useful information.
Chris?
Okay, any objection to including that kind of a statement in the minute?
In Alaska, it sounds like we're still trying to figure out how it would be used in Canada. So the discussion talks about how useful it will be for up in Alaska. And Linda, you mentioned some of the reasons why. So I just think the statement should reflect that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we could make it to the U.S., broaden it just a little bit, because I think it's important throughout our areas. Let's see, Joel Kawahara. Oh, hand went down. Hands are going down, up and down all over the place. Let's see, Joel, were you seeking to speak? No. Okay, CTA, Coastal Trawlers Association? No, okay. Okay, well, happy to have our minutes reflect that the U.S. saw value in that report and potential uses for the information in future management forums in the U.S.
It's going to be really useful because we're still working through that process.
Okay. Okay, so maybe it's that the conference board received an excellent report on ongoing work to capture the economic impact. The U.S. noted that the information would be valuable in future management forums. How about that?
Other management processes. No, not a motion. This isn't a motion. This is basically a conversation and or a recommendation from the.
Well, I'm a little uncomfortable making motions. So. Okay, well, I'm happy to include recommendation from the conference board that the information in this report be provided to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. That was the issue I was trying to raise at the end of yesterday, and we had some communication issues. So if there's concurrence with that, I'm happy to capture that in the minutes. Okay, well, we'll capture it in the minutes, and if people see it in the minutes and are not happy with the wording, you'll have a chance tomorrow to suggest changes or object to it. So, thanks, Jim. Okay, anything else on the agenda item 3 issues?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't see any hands. Do folks want to take a short break before we dive into the fishing periods that seem right, Jim? Okay. Okay, let's come back at 1:15, and we'll take up fishing periods, opening and closing dates, and be looking for, we can start with a little conversation if people prefer to do that, or if somebody's ready to put a motion out on the floor. I'll leave it up to conference board members to decide that in the next 10 minutes. Okay, thanks everybody. We're on break for 10.
Linda, I'm not sure if your mic is muted.
Well, this puppy has hardly moved, hasn't he? Okay. Laura, I just forwarded to you a couple motions that came in that people are hoping to make and get up on the board. So just wanted to make sure you're checking email.
Thank you. And is one of them the one from Tom?
There was one from Forrest and one from Paul Clampett.
Excellent.
I'm just checking to make sure there aren't others, but those are the two that I saw.
Now, I think it might be useful to hear from a couple of people from each side, a couple of members from each side, on what they're thinking about opening and closing dates before we throw motions out. Because we then, if they're really just far apart, then we spend a lot of time back and forth. And sometimes that works a little better.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we're on time, ready to start. And I've got Lyle with his hand up first. So I guess if hopefully people heard that we're going to give a little bit of time for just a discussion of season dates and then take motions.
We did set up a breakout just in case we wanted to do some housekeeping beforehand. We'll
are we in the breakout still, or?
We're now. We're in a separate breakout. Sorry.
Oh.
We're ready to merge, please.
I think you are talking to everybody.
Yeah, I thought we were in the main group.
It looked to me like we were. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to give folks, if you didn't already hear us, a little bit of time to talk about season dates and then entertain motions, Jim's suggestions. So, Lyle, you're up first.
Yeah, just to comment first, but I mean, it might be worthwhile at some point to bust it into open and then closing and make them two separates if we can't get them both together. That being said, coming from the Canadian side, we kind of had discussions at HAB and looking at the tide book and everything. We are looking for the longest season possible again to try and get the fish through a market that appears to be possibly disruptive again. So we are looking for a March 5th opener. And initial discussion was for a December 31st closer.
Okay. Thanks, Lyle. Let's see, Linda Kozak.
Yes, thank you. Linda Kozak with Kodiak Vessel Owners. I think that what we've been talking about is the fact that COVID is still with us and we have a lot of logistical marketing challenges. There are various area considerations. Some plants bring people in for the season. Other places like Kodiak, we have a year-round processing platform going on. And so each area has different issues. And the beauty of an IFQ fishery is that we don't all have to start at the same time, and we don't even have to look at tides. In my view, in regard to when we have openings and closures. I was happy to hear the Canadian dates being thrown out, because we've been looking at March 4th to December 15th as our recommended dates. And while we're not making motions, I think that our policy is here in Kodiak is that the most flexibility that we have will be the best for all during these very challenging times, and we should try to extend the season for the very latest that we can. And if the commission decides for various reasons that they can't do that, that's a decision that they need to make. but that doesn't mean that we should be bound by that in our recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Per?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. You got me?
We got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Linda kind of beat me to it. We've been talking here on March 4th to December 15th for all the obvious reasons, including post halibut being delivered, farmed halibut being delivered. So you want as long a season as possible. And at some point, I'd probably like to make a second motion that would transition to a year-round fishery and investigate that and see if we can do that as well. I'd like input from the staff on year-round fisheries, what impact that would have on the stocks.
Okay, thanks, Per. Seems like a lot of agreement around a long season. Kirill?
Yes, sorry. Yes, we agree to open the season earlier. Sorry. Opening the season earlier and making it longer due to COVID reasons. And there's a lot of, from the halibut perspective and sablefish, there is a lot of people doing medical transfers to fishermen, and that will help evaluate fishermen and so for them to have negotiations. So this year there was a lot of discussion that it really was really struggle, and a lot of quota wasn't caught is because or they couldn't fulfill the IFQ's obligations, and some of the IFQ holders have contracts that they have to pay the going rate if they don't catch the IFQ, and that was also very, very, very burdensome for a lot of fishermen in our community, our membership. So I would suggest, or even make a motion to make it from February 1st to December 1st, if that's going to be okay with the panel.
Okay, I think we're just giving people a chance to talk a little, and then we'll invite a motion. So hold off on that. But Carter, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. Hello. Okay. I won't be supporting anything earlier than March, simply because I don't know where people are going to think they're going to sell their fish and none of the process is open. Maybe everybody's an independent marketer these days, but I know in my town, most of them aren't going to probably be ready until mid-March.
Okay, yeah, we're getting still echo on from your mic for some reason, Carter, but what I understood is concern about whether the processors would be able to open before mid-March because of COVID and I assume quarantine considerations. Thanks for that. Paul Clampett?
Yes, thank you. Just to comment about the market, halibut was kind of resistant of all the fisheries to the market, to the downturn. I mean, the prices did go down, but we had strong markets the whole year, and I'm hoping that continues, and it's important because everybody's in a real financial squeeze, and this fishery, we need all the opportunities we can get here to get fishermen, keep them whole without going bankrupt, for crying out loud. So there's markets in Seattle. If you can get your fish to Homer or anywhere there's a road back down to the lower 48, you're going to be able to sell your fish. I mean, we're considering running up early, making a trip, and bringing it all the way back to Bellingham. So there'll be markets available, and people have to find a way to take advantage of that. If the processors in Alaska can't open, they can't open. I can't help that, but I feel pretty confident that I can find a market. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, how about we take 2 more comments and then look for a motion. Go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, I'd support the dates and just want to remind everyone that, yeah, this is a free market fishery and buyers don't have to buy and stakeholders don't have to go fishing. So longer the better. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett. Tom? Tom? We're not hearing you, Tom. Yeah, I'm not sure why we're not hearing you. Maybe you can try the help chat or the chat and see if we can't get your mic working or whatever's going on. It looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you.
Tom, this is just for information. So last night in our contingent meeting, the PAB or PAG representative was talking about. There's a lot of push in the PAB for opening quite a bit later into April even. So not that you should. Anyway, that's just for your information about what they're talking about. Because we get asked of it quite often to do talk to the PAB. We didn't directly, but we do have information on what they were doing. That's just for your information.
Great. Okay. We're ready now, maybe for.
Hey, Lynn, did you get me now?
Yeah. We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, my other computer wasn't working for some reason. On Area 2A, we've got a different situation in seasons now. We've been forced out the derby fishing that you're having. So IPHC Secretariat wants us to have a different season structure. So I sent pairs an email with a paragraph of information, and I also sent it to Laura. Joel Anderson thought maybe it'd be better for commercial fishermen to suggest these, but basically what it is, we have 58-hour sessions that start like on Tuesday and end on a Thursday, and then every 2 weeks they do this until either they get their quota done or else November 15th comes further. So he thought it'd be better for a commercial fisherman to introduce this, rather than me being sports. But I mean, Laura has the motion. I sent it to her in email, forwarded from PERS, and if nobody's comfortable, then put my name on it. But anyway, it should be done at the conference board according to Phil.
2A only.
For 2A only.
If I may, through the chairs.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking away on mute. It sounds like maybe what we should do is take up the 2A season opening dates separately. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so let's look for 2 motions. One that speaks to 2B and West, and then a separate motion for 2A. But I think we're ready now.
Sure.
With your concurrence, Jim, to entertain a motion.
Go to closing or do them both? Or do we want?
I'd say that's up to the maker of the motion. They can try and take them together, or they can take them one at a time. It's often less messy if you take them one at a time, but so I don't know if Tom, you have your hand up to make that 2A motion. You're at the top of the list here, or if that's still a residual hand. Okay, we're not hearing from you. Let's try. It looks like Per, you're next in the list. If you want to make a motion for other areas.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion for I guess 2B West, and that'll be an opening date of March 4th. I'd like to include a closing date just to speed things along, and that would be December 15th, if we can get that. I'm willing to separate them if necessary, but I'd like to try for having them together first, see if we can get it done.
Okay, thanks, Per. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I've got Linda Kozak, FEOA, as a second.
Sorry, could they just repeat?
Okay, I think, Per, we've got a fair bit of sort of comment on why opening early for market considerations, maybe more for sablefish, but they're concurrent in the U.S. anyway. So market considerations, COVID considerations. Is there anything else you want to add in speaking to that we should capture? Per, you're on mute, but as one, go ahead.
Okay, got you now. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you know, market considerations, processors opening, you know, we need as long as it's possible. That's what it really gets down to. And if you can't find a buyer, you simply go fishing. It's that simple. But we should have the opportunity, at least give the opportunity for some buyers that are willing to do it or able to do it, and the opportunity for the fishermen that can find a market to stretch it out. It'll the longer we stretch the market, in theory, the better our prices should be. You know, if you guys remember the derbies, we had dumping a bunch of fish all in a week. That certainly lowers the prices. And as COVID, we have no control of that. So I guess that about summarizes it.
Okay, thanks, Per.
Yep.
Russell?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
Thanks. I'm in support of this motion as well. And we were discussing March 5th, but March 4th is just as good. We went with the 5th because it was a Saturday, I think, and that had seemed to be a thing. But I support the opening at that time, and I hope the commission can get that together. And as far as the other end of it, December 15th is deeper in, much better than November 15th, and as a step, I'd like to go that far at least, though and just as a means of, if everybody's on the same page and close enough to the same page, I'm supportive of this motion.
Yeah, thank you. Robert?
Yeah, thank you. I support the opening date. I would ask for possibly a friendly amendment to December 31st. As some members or stakeholders are aware, that there was a special session last year regarding Canada's asked for an extension to December 31st, and the Secretariat came back and said there's no biological or management reason why we can't go to December 31st. Here in Canada, I know there's quite a few fishermen that have been able to do dock sales. We also have an integrated groundfish fishery where we are penalized for any halibut encountered when we release it, and there's a lot of guys that do sablefish and rockfish trips in the winter. So they could be bringing that fish in and selling it instead of costing them, because I mean, if you catch 100 fish, that equates to 336 pounds of quota that's assessed as mortality. So I would ask if we could possibly move the ending date to December 31st, please.
Okay, let's see if that's friendly to the maker of the motion. Per?
get it through. I picked the 15th. It seemed like a reasonable date. I might have a chance of actually getting through. If we can get this through, I'll accept it as a friendly motion.
So what you're saying, Pierre, that you would accept, you have no problem with the 31st, but you don't think it's going to get passed, but you're okay with the 31st.
I'm okay with the 31st. I had to pick a date that coincided with Canada's. I picked the date coinciding with Canada's closing last year, thinking it might be more acceptable because there's precedence of it. But if I can get the 31st, that'd be great.
Okay. I expect there's no objection to that from the second on this. And I'm Russell,
that was
right?
Linda Kozak.
Oh, that's right, Linda Kozak.
That's fine.
Any objection to that?
But I have a comment on that.
Okay, I would say we had indication from NIMS managers that it would, they were kind of putting December 15th as the latest they thought they could manage, but that's never stopped us before. Okay, so I think, Linda, you're up if you're looking to speak.
In regard to the talking points and the justifications for the longer season, let's not forget that with COVID in Alaska, we are looking at the 14-day quarantine to be in effect probably throughout the year. And so we need as much flexibility as possible, and I'd like to have that added into the justification. We talked about logistics with marketing, but I think it's important to recognize also that various area processors would be more available than maybe other areas, and that should be also included. In regard to the moving to December 31st, while I think that the longer season that we can get is possible, I think we should also, in our statement to the commissioners, that we recognize the fact that in the U.S. waters that might be logistically difficult for National Marine Fisheries Service, and that we would support the December 15th in U.S. waters if they could maybe look at closures separately in 2B and then also the 2C and West. And I don't know how we do that, but I would support the amendment, as I said, recognizing the fact that we might not get it, but we need to make a strong statement about we want as lengthy season as possible.
All right, thank you, Linda. Let's see, I've got Creel and Lyle still to speak on this.
Hi. I'm with the earlier. I want to do a motion from March 1st to December 1st. We're strongly suggesting that, and our organization is looking to that because, like I said before, due to COVID, especially last year, a lot of fishermen were ended up paying IF2 holders back a lot of money, cutting into big profits. IF2s were not caught, a lot of them, and due to the struggles, financial devastation was in process. I think earlier opener would be better if, and I agree with some that whoever wants to find a free market can, and whoever thinks that they cannot, they can start fishing later. What would be the holdback of having an early opener to the members or the fishermen that do want it and people that don't want it? What is the benefit of the having don't want it? Why are the don'ts, for what reasons? But we would want that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Russell, did you want to comment? All right. Okay, well then, I think we have the motion now up. Pear, did you want to comment again?
Oh, no, I must have left my hand up.
No, your hand up.
I think we should vote. It's been discussed. I think most of the people understand the issues involved. And let's move along.
Okay, that's what we're ready to do. Okay, so Laura has the motion up. And we're ready to take a vote, so we can clear everybody's hands and go up to that little icon on top of your screen with the person with their hand raised and pick green if you support these season dates, red if you oppose, hand up if you abstain.
There are 40 seconds remaining to submit your vote. Twenty seconds remaining. And we will now close the vote, so please hold for one moment while we capture the results.
Okay, so that motion did not speak to Area 2A, so I'm hoping there is someone ready when we look. I'm looking at the chat. Yes, I see what you're saying about treaty tribes not being present at the CB. That's by their choice. So I assume they have a different avenue for commenting. And I think we're looking for a motion once we clear the slate and are ready to move ahead on season opening dates for Area 2A.
Sure.
Noting that this is a
Go ahead.
request that's come from a contracting party agency, is my understanding. It does not meet the rules of procedure for the IPHC. It was not submitted as a regulatory or a fisheries regulation proposal. So it should be silent, or either that in support of the Secretariat's regulatory proposal, which is A2.
So are you suggesting we wait till we get to other business and the regulatory proposals to address this? Is that? Okay, and that would be because this proposal was not submitted per IPHC protocol. Okay. Jim, does that sound right to you?
I don't ever remember discussing the 2A timing under this type of season late. It does come in a separate place. Just because it's managed differently.
Okay. Okay, we'll take that up. Yeah. Okay, well then I guess that wraps up agenda item 4. Now, yeah, we need the vote count, but
So there were 39 in agreement, 15 abstentions, and 2 disagree.
Okay. Well, I guess we should ask if there's any, oh, we still haven't cleared the vote, so I can't tell whether people have their hands up. No. Okay, great. So I think that wraps up agenda item 4. It looks like Malcolm has his hand up. Malcolm, are you looking to speak on agenda item 4 or ready to move into 5?
4, I just had a request. Can we put the vote totals into the chat or something? Because sometimes I'm missing it, like it's glitching out. And is that possible?
Yeah. Oh, the numbers. Yes, absolutely.
I would think so.
So are you?
Great. Okay. So I think, Jim, do we want to approach this next section the same way of give people a little chance to talk generally, or do we want to just look for motions?
I think there's two
What's your
aspects to this, right? So there's the coast-wide perspective, which is the SPR, and then you have the regulatory area perspective. So maybe we start with a discussion on what's the SPR. The default one right now is SPR 43. So why don't we start with that?
Okay, so looking for a little discussion and then a motion on the SPR. And I have Malcolm's hand up, but that might be left over. Or are you looking to speak, Malcolm? Okay, so maybe it's Paul Clampett followed by Forrest Braden.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We can hear you.
Is this the time to? I'm sorry. I had a motion for 2A, but I guess we're past that. I was going to support the gentleman, but I actually posted it in the chat, but because I don't believe that guy, the gentleman, Tom, was from the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. He might be on the advisory panel there, but anyway, I'm not sure what the procedure is here. I can talk to mortality limits, coast-wide perspectives, if that's where we're at. I have a motion.
Okay, so I think just to respond to the issue raised with 2A, we're going to take that up under 8A on our agenda.
Fine. So to speak to
anyway.
The exploitation rate, if you're ready for that. Okay.
Yes, that'd be great to have, and we're going to allow a little conversation.
All right. I'll just
keep
say
it kind
that
of short
this is
and then get to motion so we can move.
In a long time that I've seen from the scientists of the IPHC, their assessment is the first time I've agreed with it. I don't have any argument against their assessment this year. I think that their surveys show an increase in fishing, an increase in size at age at any rate, and the only other thing I can go by is our experience on the grounds, and our experience on the grounds is that the fishery is improving, and I think exploitation rate of F43 is appropriate, and I think we need to remember that the fishing industry, halibut fishing industry, is in distress, and this is the wrong time to be overly cautious. And I am prepared to make a motion to accept the exploitation rate of F43 when you're ready.
Okay, great. Let's just see if there's anybody who wants to speak to the F43 or a different exploitation rate first, and then if not, people feel ready for a motion. We'll let you make that motion on the coastwide. Chris, why don't we give you a chance, and then
with respect
Forrest.
to the fishing intensity, the SPR 43, I mean that is something that was tested and evaluated through the MSE process. It's been adopted by the commissioners. I'm not sure, do we need to be voting on it? Just because it did go through the process. I mean, I'm supportive of the SPR 43 because that's what like I say, given the evaluations that have been done, do we need a motion on it? I don't think we vote on, or I don't think you vote on a fishing intensity every year. You have your fishing intensity, and then commissioners can make, or we can make adjustments in the short term or recommend adjustments in the short term to mortality limits. But I don't know if you change your fishing intensity every year. But again, the point being, I'm supportive of SPR 43, given it's been evaluated through the process and agreed to by the commission.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, I think it's not a SPR that the conference board has addressed in the past. So if there's someone who wants to make a motion to give official support to F43 from the conference board, we can certainly entertain that motion. Okay, so it looks like Forrest's hand went down. Dan and Malcolm, and then let's take a motion after a couple more comments.
This is Dan. I hear what Chris just said about, the commission has adopted F43, but they've adopted it as their reference target harvest rate. And, I don't think we're making a different recommendation about what the reference rate should be. But as you did say, the conference board can sometimes ask to go over it and sometimes ask to go under it. And I think it's important that this year we note that, we think the F43 and the 39 million pounds is the right amount to go with. And so it's kind of more of we're not commenting on the reference harvest rate that the commission spoke, but actually what is the number we think is right for 2021. And so I would be supportive of the F43 motion.
That was well said, Dan. Thanks.
Okay, let's take, I hate to spend too much time talking about it before we get to a motion. So let's take Malcolm.
Thanks. Well, yeah, I'm happy to speak after the motion too, but I'll just put my one, I am hesitant about ratcheting up the fishing intensity based on that we don't have many indicators showing that everything's getting that much better, and looking at a bunch of Ian's probabilities and charts, it just looks like we're heading in a downward turn, and I just don't think this is the time to, we're consciously ratcheting up the fishing intensity, and I don't think that's warranted at this point in time. I realize that the model, a computer model shows that it's okay, but the reality is we're heading down the hill, and now's not the time to put the pedal on the gas. So that's all I'll say.
Okay. Okay, let's take the two more comments, and then Paul, I'll look to you to go ahead and make your motion.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Leighton.
Co-Chair. So I'm just.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
What Malcolm is saying, we can say, I can say more detail for when the motion does come on the floor, but we do have some concern about the TCY being adopted at 39 million pounds. Again, there's just several indicators that, to us don't feel that it can be supported, but I'll keep it brief, say more for when the motion's on the floor. Thank you.
Russell?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say I support the rigorous science and modeling that they did to come up with the 43, but I would prefer the motion to just reflect that that so long as the strong science is behind it, that the SBR should be what the science says.
I think you're muted, Linda.
Sorry about that. I'm sure what I said was brilliant too. So thanks for that perspective, Russell. And Paul, why don't you go ahead and make your motion?
Yeah, my motion is to that the
having
conference board accept the exploitation rate at F43. As simple as that. And I'll make a comment as far as the status of the stock. As Ian said just yesterday, I asked him specifically about the relationship between spawning biomass and recruitment. He said that they didn't know what it was, and that when the spawning, the SBA gets down to, I believe it's 30%, SBR, thank you. Somebody's breaking in here. When the SBR gets down to 30%, that's when they start getting concerned, and we're at 33 and they're not concerned. And the F43 came from the science, and it's what is put on the is proposed. So I don't. I guess it's as simple as that. So my motion is simply accept an exploitation rate of F43.
So, thanks. Just a clarification. It's not the SBR at 30. It's the spawning biomass.
That's what I misspoke. Thank you very much.
All right, that's fine.
For that clarification.
Okay, do we have a second to Paul's motion?
I'll second that, Linda Kozak.
Okay. Okay, so that's a motion from Paul, second by Linda Kozak from FUA, KVUA. Okay, I think you've spoken to it. Looks like Russell has his hand up to comment more, but I'm not sure. There it goes. Okay, are we ready to vote? Dan, oh, hands are going up. Dan,
yeah, I mean,
and
I'll be
then
supporting
Kathy.
the F43
ahead,
target harvest rate for 2021, as we talked about. I agree with what Paul was saying, and noting what Ian was talking about yesterday about the spawn to recruit relationship for halibut is uncertain, but we have had some of our really successful recruitment events at relatively low stock sizes, and it's the 30-20 control rule is really what protects the core spawning stock of the core of the spawning stock. I also remember that, in Ian's presentation yesterday, his slide 30 is one that I look at a lot, and it really shows that what's driving the decrease over the next few years is that there was this gap in recruitment from 2006 to 2010 when it was below average. And, until those 2011 and 12 year classes get to be a bit older and start really contributing to the spawning biomass, we're going to see declines in our spawning biomass over the next few years with regardless of what we do with the fishing, as long as we keep the fishing rates close to F43. And I think that reflects in the decision table, which is like slide 44, I think, where if you see that, by in 3 years, the spawning biomass is projected to decline by 5%. And the chance of it, doing that is pretty much the same, whether you fish at F46, which would represent last year's catch limit of about 36.8, or whether you fish at F43 this year. There's pretty much the same probability that the stock is going to decline by 5% over the next 3 years. And so to me, that just indicates that, fishing within that range probably isn't going to have a huge effect on the spawning biomass. but it does have a huge effect on the yield we would get in 2021. And I think F43 is about right. And I think if you look at his other slide, 46, you can see that same probability just rolls on out as you look at the probability of a fishery decline as well. It's about the same under both of those. So I can support F43. You know, was that by the MSC, it seems robust to a lot of different uncertainty and different size class, stock sizes. And I think this year I don't see a reason to go more conservative, and I don't see a reason to go more aggressive. So I think F43 is about right.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Kathy. We can hear you today. Shoot, we lost you, Kathy. Are you still there? I think not. Kathy, we can't hear you anymore. We're going to take the next person and then come back if we can get your mic working.
I think you're
Leighton.
I recognize that what I'm saying, and I think what Malcolm's also going to say is, it's a minority view, and on the overall aspect of it, generally we just have concerns that adopting a 39 million TCY resulting from an F43 reference really is just too risky. If we're looking at slide 40 of the presentation, it shows that a result of 39 million pound TCYs, a further decline in the spawning biomass that's been ongoing for almost 2 decades now. Looking at slide 33 shows that the spawning biomass has also declined at an additional 17% since 2016, and the 3-year surplus, as noted in the presentation, is that the TCYs for the next 3 years that would give us a 50% chance of being exactly the same spawning biomass at the end of the same 3-year, or at the end of a 3-year period. And that aggregate 3-year surplus is 75 million pounds. A TCY of 39 million burns through over half of the 3-year surplus in year 1. It results in 2 out of 3 chance that further stock declines, and more than 4 out of 10 chance of dropping below SB 30%. Further, the spawning biomass is our capital count. That's one. If we adopt the 39 million TCY for 2021, it's an explicit choice to spend down that capital reserve while praying to win the recruitment lottery, which may or may not have occurred. We feel that F43 is a reference that includes the broad fishing intensity level, not a recommendation, and as close as we are to the SB 30 line, that we don't feel it's the right time to increase the harvest level, just being so close.
Okay, thank you. I tried to capture those points. I think we have a couple groups expressing that concern about this being too aggressive, and so we'll, try and make sure we capture that in the minutes and the report. Okay, Kathy, you want to try again? Hearing you, Kathy. Okay, let's go to Malcolm and then Linda Kozak and oh, I see Kathy in the chat, but anyway.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll be very brief if I can. So I just agree with what Leighton said, and will not be supporting this motion, and looking to put in just a few points into a minority report. I've been at a conference board before where I've supported a motion for a rate that I just didn't feel comfortable with, and it didn't sit well when I left the meeting. So I just have to go with what I believe in based on all the information. I've read it all, taken it in. Computer models are computer models, and I see what's happening on the ground. So thank you.
Thanks, Malcolm. But just as a point of clarification, Your comments can be put in, you're not supporting, but a minority report is actually by either a U.S. side or Canadian side. It's not within a contracting party.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you capture the point.
Right, but we will try to capture. We'll try to capture the conversation and
thanks for that clarification. Sorry.
In the report. We've done that for folks before. So we're, yeah, no worries. I'm the one who started it. Okay, so we can't hear Kathy, but she has in the chat that she's hoping to clarify the motion is that we use SPR 43 as the coastwide TCY catch limit for 2021.
That's what you calculate.
So I guess right, it should be the F43 as the coastwide TCY limit catch limit, I think. But I think mostly what she's trying to clarify is that we're saying that the 2021 FCY and coastwide TCY of 39 million that we're recommending that corresponds to that. So I would just look to, okay, Kathy says yes. So I would look to Paul to see if that clarification is consistent with your intent. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. And
yeah, I was just going to make a comment about the SPR 43.
All right, let's go to Robert.
I'm a member of the Management Strategy Evaluation Board. So part of the, when you do these management procedures, you want to pick a harvest rate and not really deviate from that, because then that messes up your computer model. So part of the reason why we selected a 43 is because it met the conservation criteria for a robust and healthy fishery. Yes, there's going to be years where the stock goes down, but overall it'll keep the stock in a healthy state. So it's just I want people that aren't familiar with the MSC process to realize that when we pick an SPR, it's meant to be for a long term, so that you don't have estimation errors in your computer model, because that's how you base what management procedure you want to use. So that'd be just my comments.
Thank you for that clarification. I know the MSAB spent a lot of time on this, so appreciate those perspectives. Okay, so I think we might be ready for a vote, and what I have is for the motion is the conference board recommends the F43 is the 2021 harvest rate, along with the corresponding TCY of 39 million pounds. That,
it would be,
and I don't know whether we need to get that up on the screen, but that's our understanding of the motion.
I think I have it, yes. We'll need it on the screen. So, Secretary...
You want me to type it in the chat, Laura, or did you get it?
Appears. So the conference board recommends the F43 is the harvest rate.
As the 2021 harvest rate, along with the corresponding TCY of 39 million pounds. Along with the corresponding TCY of 39 million pounds. Sure.
One moment.
But it's 39, not 30.
How does that look? Okay, please put in. Show mode.
Looks good. Okay. Everybody ready to vote? Okay, let's do it. So I think you all know what to do, but we do keep adding people. So say it again. At the top, you have the person with their hand raised. Go to the drop-down menu there and vote green if you support this, red if you don't, and if you want to abstain.
Yes, that's correct.
So is that right that we have 11 seconds remaining
Closing the vote.
on the vote?
And so no, I appreciate
Okay. Just giving people a little warning. All right. Great. It looks like. And then if someone could put in the chat the final count. Oh, well, okay. We added the 39 million in. I thought that was Kathy's intent. I'm now reading the chat. Anyway, that's what we voted on. So.
Just one moment, please.
Okay, I think once we get this totaled, we'll be looking for short discussion on regulatory area perspectives, or do you want to go straight to motions on that, Jim? What's your sense?
It's formatic for 2A and 2B, so that's kind of already set depending what the SBR is. Well, not for 2A. So I guess it's more of a discussion for Alaska.
Okay. Yeah, and my sense is we've had lots of opportunity for discussion. So, you know, for Alaska, maybe we'll just go to motions, noting the time and what we still have to do. So,
yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing Forrest's hand up. If you're all right with that,
for the report writing,
Jim, I'll
give
Forrest a chance to.
Country, right? The votes. Not now, but
that's correct.
Yeah, just letting people know that it will come out as Canada and U.S. as regular.
Okay, good. Good clarification.
Okay, if it's
okay,
timing, I'd like
Forrest, why don't you go ahead?
TC-wise. Okay, it sounded like you received
Go for it.
the motion, so I'll wait to speak to it or to make it until it appears on the screen. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that was forwarded to Laura, so if you can get that up on the screen.
So Linda, what do you recall? What time?
I can look. I think it was sent to me at 9:35 Alaska time, and I probably forwarded it pretty quickly. Got it?
The motion would.
Yeah.
If Laura needs it again, I can.
Madam Chair, this is Linda Kozak. I'm wondering how you're dealing with competing motions. I see one has been put into the chat.
Well, I'm working from raised hands and motions from people. I can't always keep up with the chat with Kathy when she wasn't able to speak. I was trying to work from her language in the chat, but right now, Forrest has a motion we're trying to get up. There's always opportunity for amendment.
I just resent it if necessary, but I can read it and you can put it up as you get it, I guess, if you prefer.
Oh, it's coming.
Yes, and it should be coming up momentarily. So it's on
I
slide
think
2.
she's found it, right, Laura?
Would it be helpful to see the whole?
Okay, so
instead of just the table.
I guess. Probably, but maybe while Laura is coming up with all that. Oh yeah. Maybe you can start speaking to it, and you might also want to address how you're handling 2A and 2B, because I thought you were making a motion specific to Alaska. So, but while Laura works to get the whole motion up there, why don't you go ahead and
I'll
start
read what I have and
speaking to the motion first.
And speak to it after that. If I get a second, I guess is how it would go, unless I'm mistaken. So the U.S. section of the Conference Board recommends the following 2021 TCUIs for Alaska regulatory areas based on SPR 43, resulting in a coastwide TCUI of 39 million pounds. FCUIs for Area 2C and 3A include an adjustment for unguided angler estimates using a midpoint between ADF and G high and low values, where the reference mortality table uses high values. An increase to TCY from the reference TCY is offset by reducing increases to areas 3A, 4A, and 4B in relative proportion to their increases from 2020 adopted values. The TCY for 3B and 4C, D, and E stay at reference values. And this was a table that was produced for this motion through the Secretariat. So it includes 2A and 2B, but this motion would honor the interim agreement given to 2A and 2B, and so specifically addresses 2C through 4C, D, and E. And so I don't know if I need to read off those values. I think people can see them. I guess for the I guess I should for the audio record. So TCYs would be as follows: for Area 2C, 5.66; for Area 3A, 13.79; for Area 3B, 3.12; for Area 4A, 2.38; for Area 4B, 1.44; for Area 4C, D, and E, 3.98. And if I get a second, I can speak to rationale.
And Laura, did those match the numbers that you had in the table?
As they appear. Could you go back to the second slide, please, Secretary?
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking for a second.
Alpha will second it.
To Forrest's motion. Okay, we got a second from Dan. Okay, all right. So Forrest, do you want to? We'll give you the floor to speak to that.
Get the bottom part rationale so people can follow along as I speak to it.
Yes, absolutely. It is the fourth slide, so we're just bringing it up into presentation mode, and we'll advance to the fourth slide with the rationale.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Already covered that it maintains a 39 million pound target TCY coastwide. And so I think there's a lot of question in people's minds as to how we should address going forward with catch limits this year. There's a lot of work being done in the MSC to look at possible constraints coastwide. There was talk of looking at constraints at the regulatory level. Those didn't make it to the MSC runs this round. There's also been, seems like a lot of discussion around a 3-year rolling average to mitigate for variance in the survey, which doesn't seem to be a tool or an option this year. It sounds like it's more of a part of a whole holistic package of moving forward. So we have an increase in coastwide TCY this year. 2C of all the regulatory areas at a from a TCY perspective is the only regulatory area scheduled to take a cut. I don't know where people stand on this, but from my perspective, though everybody pays for agreements with Canada and the 1.65 for 2A by their distribution amount, their regulatory area distribution amount, there's still probably a proximity effect on 2C, which shares what the other two areas, regulatory areas that have interim agreements for Region 2. So this looks at kind of all of those aspects of some of those concepts that we're looking about: fluctuations, variability in the survey, areas that, in this case, the only area that would drop while all other areas stay stable or go up. And so there's, in terms of 2C, I've got the bullet points here that we did show a 5% drop in survey 032 weight per unit of effort. However, 2C remains the highest in FIS WPUE for all IPHC areas. Also, the fishery WPUE is flat. And speaking to increases or decreases in TCY or FCY, I've got some listings here of what this motion would do. So 2C, if this motion passes and would be adopted by the commission ultimately or something similar, it would allow 2C would still drop TCY 3.2%, 3A would increase 13%, 4A 35.7%, 4B 9.9%. And before I speak to the FCY values, I think it's important to say that why it reminded me that why I listed these and not the other areas. That's because for those of you who haven't been in the discussions, this was circulated earlier. The idea here is that all areas that got increases would proportionally contribute to try and hold 2C at a certain level. Our TCY does drop under this proposal, but the FCY maintains its place compared with 2020 levels. And the way that was, if I didn't say it clearly, the way that was formulated is it basically looks at the relative increases for 3A, 4A, and 4B, and they all share to their relative proportions of increase to helping 2C maintain FCY. So the FCY is under this proposal actually 3A's FCY increases by 21%, 4A's by 39%, and 4B's by 15%. And I'll say one more thing before I allow folks to chip in here on this, or before it's time for that, and that's that I think that there was some questions about the unguided contributions, whether the commission was going to move forward on that, whether it be allowed. And I can speak in detail to how those are, how ADF and G arrived at some of the things that they're looking at. I don't know if the commission will ultimately adopt those. If they don't, 2C will drop further. But so this motion assumes that those unguided adjustments will be made, and if they're not, then the TCY and FCY for 2C will drop more. So I'm not sure if I've covered everything there, but I'll leave it.
I do have a question for clarification. So maybe when Laura gets it up, I didn't see, you saw the percentage of changes in there, but not what you're actually asking, what you're actually proposing for the TCEY. I think that needs to be in there. You just have relative change.
Yeah, that's in the table. That the table is part of the motion, and Laura had that up first, and then she put up the rest of it. So I think
we can go back to
if we can get both up, or
can you make it a bit bigger, please?
okay, yeah, but we can kind of go.
So, just to go back to the rationale part. Sorry, I guess my brain's misfiring. I don't see 4C, D, and E in there. So is that because of the? So this is just to do with the guided, unguided adjustments, or I don't quite get it.
I think Forrest spoke to that he is including the areas where he was drawing some quota proportional to the increases to compensate 2C, or to keep the 2C FCUI stable. And so, yeah, and I can let Forrest speak to that again, maybe in a minute, but let's see if there's other questions on the
I disagree.
motion. Paul, I think you're up next.
I think other than 2A and 2B, which we have no control over, I want to support a biological apportionment as determined by the commission scientists, and I would prefer supporting TCEY's on slide 53, which is but I don't disagree with the idea that 2C should possibly get an increase on their own. I don't agree with them taking quota from other areas to make up for some perceived slight, but if they wanted to, if 2C fishermen want to make a case that they deserve more fish because their fishery's stronger, and they have a case, I see, from their the commercial fishery catch per unit, weight per unit effort. But I disagree with taking from other areas to make up for some arbitrary perceived loss. I think we've all paid for the what 2A and 2B are getting already, and I think this is not appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Yes, same with me.
Creel, comments on this motion?
I don't support the taking out of Area 4 anymore. It has been done for years and years and years. I think we should leave that area alone. It's just been too long. Fishermen have been losing way too much to suffice Area 2. It just does not make sense. Our organization strongly opposes it, but other areas could have a little bit more adjustments, but we should be in about the ballpark on the other areas.
Yes,
Okay,
thank
thanks,
you.
Creel.
I have a comment
Chuck?
and maybe a couple of comments and then a question. I'm a recreational fisher, and as such, I'm sort of caught in a situation here with liking it or not liking this process. But right now, the non-guided angler fishery in Alaska seems to continue without an effective catch limit. And if projections are wrong, how do you rein in this fishery if everyone starts to go over in 2C? That's just basically a comment, but also this transfer is between regions, and staff has already told us they don't particularly like that. Now, we have done that in the past, and we'll probably continue to in the future. I just sort of was pointing that out. But what's bothering me with what I'm looking at is I don't know what I'm looking at, being a simple fisherman. What is the number of pounds we are talking about for this transfer from the non-guided to the guided and the directed fisheries? Period. It's not stated, and that would be, are we talking 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 pounds, or is it a minimal figure? Thank you.
Yeah, so Chuck, I'm happy to answer that question. So Alaska does have catch limits in place for the guided sports sector in 2C and 3A, and those are really the only areas where we have significant guided sports sectors. They are under limits. 2C has been under its allocation by, in the neighborhood of 35% for a number of years now. Forrest can correct me, but it's been well under its catch limit for 3 to 5 years, and stayed under again in 2020. Let's see, the other part of your question, the transfer of quota, so there's 180,000 pounds that would be moved if the midpoint is used from recreational harvest between commercial and charter in 3A, and 220,000 in 2C. So I hope that helps you sort of clarify. And that is it's a domestic issue, I think, of how that fish is caught within that area. Probably no effect to that on Canada, but that is the way that's being proposed by the U.S.A.
Thank you.
So we have. I didn't catch that, but anyway, okay. So going on, it looks like Forrest, your hand is. You're next in the line.
To respond to some of these concerns, and maybe make some corrections. First of all, this this captures the idea, this motion captures the idea that there's been adjustment in coastwide TCY up to 39 million pounds, with all areas maintaining TCY or getting significant increases, while you actually see a significant drop in 2C. So if that was happening to your area, if I were you, I'd be scratching my head as to, what does that represent? What's the underlying mechanics of why this is happening? And I know, speaking to an earlier comment, I know that there's a drive towards science-based decisions moving forward, but that is not the situation we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with an interim agreement that allocates quite a bit of fish to areas combined to areas 2A and 2B. 2C shares a regional relationship with those two other areas, and I think that there's a fair argument to be made both using the Explorer tool and through the MSE, and just applying common sense that there's really a proximity effect on area 2C of what's being given. So yes, 2C pays, every area is paying for this interim agreement, but 2C is shouldering a bigger portion of that burden. And speaking to how pounds are calculated or transferred around here, it's a little bit complicated because we don't know for sure if we get an unguided adjustment or not. This motion presupposes that we would, and I think those unguided adjustments are warranted, and I can speak to that later if anybody wants detail on that. But if that does happen, the net adjustments from after you work through the TCYs and you get an unguided adjustment back to Area 3A, the net amount of fish that would be transferred to 2C, so to speak, would be 160,000 pounds. And for 4A, I believe it's, let me see if I can pull it up here, it's about 135,000 pounds and about 30,000 pounds from 4B. So, and those worked out to the relative increases in that formula that I spoke to earlier. So if you think that that's excessive, another way to possibly look at this is if we had applied any kind of constraints, which we don't have at the moment, it actually gives more TCY to 3A than they would get under a 3-year rolling average, which may be beside the point because that was not the basis of this motion. But I think that we can all agree that there's variance going on, and there's also contributions going on for interim agreements, and 2C may indeed be bearing a heavier burden for that.
Thanks, Forrest. Okay, Carter. Oh, well, I'm sorry, I jumped over Kirill. I think Kirill is next. Or maybe that's a residual hand.
Hello, can you hear me?
Let's go to Carter.
If not, I'll just type what I have to say into the... Can you hear? Okay, I haven't heard anyone really, for some reason.
You're a little less echoey, so go ahead.
I might be redundant. I apologize for that. Just from the perspective of 2C, the way we're kind of the wall, and I do think that I wanted on the record that I believe that the fixed harvest rate in 2B is going to have an impact on our survey data, and to some degree, when I think the science is not complete, and when you have that situation, especially in our area, so you're going to see reduced survey results, and that's going to impact and play a role in our reduction here. And there's some other things we don't get credit for. I think our O32 or O26 is probably lower than most areas. We don't have a trawl fishery. We got rid of that in the early 90s. We don't get any credit for that. So I think 2C has a legitimate concern in having to take a big cut especially if we get an 11% cut. So I'll be supporting this motion. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks,
Madam
Carter.
Chair.
Okay, Jeff
So,
Kaufman.
right now, I'm not speaking for or against the motion. At the moment, I'm really torn about how to proceed here. We all need stability more than ever, and I'm sensitive to 2C's concerns and want to help achieve that. However, I don't like taking fish from western areas to fund 2C's needs and would much rather use a smoother such as a 3-year rolling fish average to arrive at TC-wise and provide the stability that we also badly need right now. We're going to remain silent on that rejiggering of quota, at least from St. Paul Fishing Company's perspective. We'll remain silent there and look to representatives from 3A, 4A, and 4B to defend their position if they don't like that. Speaking specifically to 4CD&E, fishing was really strong for our company boats this year. We had a tremendous harvest up in area 4D. There was no local fishery in St. Paul in 2020 because of COVID, but subsistence fishing around the island was really good and the catch rates were high. So we're comfortable with and are advocating for the reference TCEY in area 4CD&E, and so we'd like to reserve our vote one way or the other at this point, and we'll listen to the discussion and vote from there. But certainly, just borrowing fish from other areas is really concerning, and it doesn't seem as defensible as it would if we used a more scientific approach, such as a smoother, as in those ones, as in the 3 or 5 year rolling average of fish that was looked at so closely by the MSAB. So thank you. Just wanted to make those comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I have some reservations and concerns with the proposed changes about how the non-guided angler catch for 2021 is being projected in the context of COVID. I worry about it just because there's, I think you don't have the data to support this. There's, with the catch monitoring and the catch reporting, that's the tools that are in place. I mean, the catch reporting, my understanding is it's finalized in September of the following year. There's no in-season management or in-season measures to rein in that fishery if it looks like the projections could be wrong. So I have some reservations. Having said that, I understand what you're trying to do. And notwithstanding these concerns, I mean, maybe there's Canada and the U.S. can be able at the commission level to find some compromise on this, but I just wanted to raise these concerns. But having said that, I'm going to abstain this vote.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I think we'll give Forrest a chance to respond to that, but maybe work through the list, and maybe Forrest, add yourself back if you want to talk about how those numbers are being calculated and how the guided sport fishery is monitored. Okay, so we have Sean McManus next.
Thank you, Sean McManus, Deep Sea Fishermen's Union. We're going to be speaking against this motion. We feel that we should be sticking with science-based allocation. It's also worth pointing out there was no surveys done in 4A and 4B, so we're extrapolating data. And of course, 4A and 4B are dealing with trawl bycatch, which 2C is not dealing with. And we've also basically forced our hand here from the previous vote where we were agreed to a harvest rate of F43 and a TCY of 39 million. So that's forced a hand to be taken from other areas, which seems to occur over and over at each of these annual meetings. It's just something we don't agree with. We should be sticking to science-based allocation. I'll end my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda Kozak, Kodiak vessel owners. very supportive of the science-based approach, and slide 53 represents their best guess, if you will, of what these numbers should be. And couple of things is, I think we need to be consistent as we move forward. If we're going to be asking for good science, that we follow the science and that we go with what the staff is recommending in regard to that. We don't know if the commissioners will address a recalculation with the unguided catch numbers. We don't know what a 500,000 pound increase of catch in 2C, what that would do to the stocks and the conservation of the fish in that area. 3A and other areas all received a significant discount, if you will, on their proposed catch limits based on the agreements between 2A and 2B. And while I'm not going to speak to those because that's definitely above my pay grade, I am going to speak to sticking with the science in areas 2C, 3, and 4. In the event that we want to move forward with this motion, I am prepared to make an amendment to transfer some of the fish back into 3A, simply because I think 500,000 pounds is just too big of a reach for the conservation of the stock.
Yeah, I just kind of have two comments to do. The first is in talking about the
okay, thank you, Linda.
The sport fish numbers.
Dan,
as I understand the
Balvinack.
effects of this motion, it's to set the TCEYs that were in the first table. And so Southeast TCEY would be 5.66 under this. Whether or not the commissioners decide to do the sport fisher adjustment or not doesn't really affect that TCEY number. It's still going to stay the same, whether or not the sport fish adjustment is made or not. It just really comes into bearing in the rationale that Forrest provided and how he's calculating the increases in the areas that are helping to compensate 2C, and how much that compensation would, how much those percentages would change. Will change a little bit in 3A depending on whether or not 3A uses the high estimate for sport fish or the low. But the other areas, relative changes are true no matter what. So just kind of come back to the effect of the motion is to set TCEYs, and what happens with the sport fish count really only affects the percentage increase calculation Forrest has in his rationale for area 3A. But then in terms of the overall motion, I support it. I thank Forrest for putting it together and shopping it around and all the work he's done to try and take into account people's concerns over the past day or so. I mean, I do think that, ALF has long supported moving to a survey-based approach, but we don't have that under the interim agreement in all areas. And because of it, I think there are proximity effects and secondary effects on area 2C because of the interim agreement that other areas aren't feeling. And I agree with what Forrest was saying about how, coastwide to have the coastwide catch go up by 6.5% and Southeast be looking at a 12% cut is just really difficult to understand and to accept. I think our CPUE is flat. The survey did show a 5% drop. I think this motion is responsive to trying to lower 2C something similar to what we saw in the survey decrease. But until we get out from underneath this interim agreement and we can move all areas back to a science-based apportionment approach, I think we need to do this 1 year change from the other areas. And I appreciate the way Forrest has held 3B and Forrest and D&E constant. He didn't, ask them to contribute because they're not getting an increase this year. It's just the areas that had significant increases in their TCUI and FCUI will still get those increases. They just see a little bit lower of an increase than they would have otherwise gotten. So I'm going to support it. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? The
Okay, thanks, Dan. Angel.
So I'd like to speak briefly on Area 4B. This is clearly a challenging
format
to conduct this type of meeting in, but I did have the opportunity to speak with some stakeholders over the phone, and I apologize if we missed some people, but from those who joined, I think there was general support for this proposal in order to help temper reductions to the 2C reference levels this year. The proposal really asks for a small distribution from 4B, and it decreases the reference level TCUI by about 30,000 pounds, which results in 1.44 million pounds for 4B. Alternatively, I think if a majority can't be reached on this proposal, folks who are ready to support the reference level at 1.47. Most felt that a level of comfort with either of these numbers in 4B, largely referencing the stability witnessed in the modeled survey results this year. And while there was some recognition that the fisheries CPUs were down from last year, there was some conversation that the lower relative harvest rate throughout Area 4 also provides some level of conservation buffer. Overall, the group was sympathetic to Area 2C concerns and felt like this was a reasonable approach, and that if the Commission was going to provide additional quota to 2C, that it shouldn't come out of the resource. However, many expressed significant concerns about the negative distributional impacts on Alaska regulatory areas resulting from the interim agreement, as we've heard from others, and the zero-sum scenario that it's presenting stakeholders with right now. This impact was highlighted through the work of the MSAB, as was the importance of the survey as the most scientifically robust tool in determining distribution. So while we understand the premises of the agreement and the desire to continue honoring it through this year, many people clearly have concerns about the impacts of cementing this in a long-term harvest policy of the Commission, and look forward to continued discussions regarding this. And yeah, I'd just like to share my appreciation for Forrest for all of his work in bringing this to the table and trying to seek some type of compromised approach. So thanks.
Thank you, Angel. Forrest, you're next.
Okay.
And maybe if people would put their hands down that have spoken, that would help us keep track.
Speak to
but go ahead, Forrest.
I understand that fish shifting, shaded word, shaded phrase is, not necessarily science-based, and I'm not advocating for an unscience-based approach moving forward. I would remind folks that if they have a hard time swallowing this proposal on that basis, that I'm getting feedback from somebody.
Can we ask people to mute your...
Am I back? Okay. Whoops. Give me just a second here.
Yes, you're back. Okay, go ahead.
I'm still back. Am I still back? Oops. Okay. So just sorry. I can hear myself too, unfortunately. So if people have a hard time swallowing that, I just don't know if you're science-based and biologically based, if that means no constraints, no consideration for survey variance or anything like that. This proposal, actually gives, allows for more, as I said before, more TCY in Area 3A, which would be the biggest contributor than 3-year rolling average would. But however you want to look at it, I just say that there are effects that I would want people not to discard some effects or bring in like paying for bycatch when 2C pays for, its distribution proportion of bycatch 2 when there is no U26 bycatch in our area. We can get real deep in the weeds on this, but I think if you just look at it from a perspective of, whatever your standpoint is on this, whether you like to, look at biological basis or consider what's happening with interim agreements, this was done in good faith. I think it's fair. It gives large increases still to areas that are deserved of increases. And I don't know if anybody wants me, besides the comment from Chris, or to speak to the unguided stuff, but I'll just take a quick shot at that, and that's that the number that was given and that's in the mortality projection tool and on slide 56 of Ian's stock assessment takes is a high projection with no COVID. It's an unadjusted number. And that's what they were asked. The ADF&G was asked for a number quickly. They gave an unadjusted number and said, we need more time to do work to come up with an adjusted number, a prediction for what unguided harvest was in 3A and 2C. And they came back with those numbers, but that unadjusted number stuck. And the numbers that are being discussed, that were discussed by Commissioner Merrill and are in this proposal or reflected in this proposal, are actually not COVID adjusted numbers. It's the midpoint between a COVID adjusted and an unadjusted number. So it's pretty, it's pretty, can't think of the word I'm looking for, but conservatives. There it is.
Hi, you guys. Ooh. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Let's see, Brian Ritchie next.
I'm going to assume. I think everyone can hear me. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say, we're talking about a science-based approach here, but the science isn't exact on these numbers that we're talking about with the distributions. It's not a set of hard numbers like we're referring to it as. It's a set of likelihood distributions saying which what's likely to happen under each different set of fishing intensity, each different level of fishing intensity. So I think that deviating a bit from that isn't as dangerous as we're making it out to be. Especially when it's 500,000 pounds that we're spreading out between areas. I'm going to support this, but under the pretense that it is a one-year deal and it isn't a policy. The interim agreement that we have with Canada right now has really brought us to making decisions like this, where I think that to protect each other, we do have to make tough decisions where, yeah, we have to deviate sometimes from the highest likelihood where we're going to be protecting our fishery, just because that's the nature of the agreement that we're in. Yeah, so I'll be supporting moving this fish. I think that it's just what we have to do.
Yes, thank you, Linda. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, well.
I'm catching a little
Thank
bit.
you, Brian.
All right, let's see here. I do appreciate your time there. I did want to bring up the COVID impacts to the guided charter industry in both 2C and 3A. 2C in particular, as we were talking about supporting 2C with the issues that they're facing with a coast-wide survey going up and 2C going down. Not speaking about the direct reasons on that, I wanted the charter industry last year saw a significant drop in anglers from 2019, they saw approximately 106,000 lines used to 2020 being 47,000. And these charter businesses are trying to make a way to bounce out of a pandemic, missing half of their fishermen, and trying to take a cut on the same year. It's a very kind of a scary thought moving forward. And with respect to everyone trying to take as conservative of an approach as possible, the poundage that 2C is asking for is not to the data by any means scary, and we will be supporting this motion from a 3A 2C perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I propose to abstain on the motion, as I traditionally do, because I think it's not really our business to interfere in the domestic issues that we all face on both sides on these issues. But I just have to say I bite my tongue a bit, and I will do so today, because I find myself instinctively provoked by the constant reference to the notion that somehow there is a science-based apportionment that would be such a much better way to determine all these issues. And of course, it's an approach that Canada has not accepted because of the undue emphasis that it places on bottom area in particular, while ignoring the impacts that our zone and others faced by the issues of bycatch and migration and so forth. And so I just caution that it's hard for us to bite our tongue when the implication is that somehow the interim agreement has placed an undue burden on others because somehow it's violating science, which frankly I simply don't accept as a position. But as I say, I think I will abstain on this, as I suspect will my recreational fishing colleagues from Canada. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Kodiak vessel owners. I don't know if this is an appropriate time to make an amendment, or if you want to wait until after the lunch break. I don't know how long you plan to go on this. I don't think we're quite there yet on ready to vote, and I do have an amendment prepared. Right, I have an amendment, and I have.
Well, I'd kind of like to finish the motion on the floor, so unless my co-chair is too hungry.
Modify the Area 2C amount from 5.66 million pounds to 5.5 million pounds, and increase Area 3A from 13.79 million pounds to 13.95 million pounds. And if I get a second, I will speak to it.
Could we get a second is there a second for that?
Apparently, yes.
I see someone saying in the chat that they second it. Is that because your mic's not working? But it Maybe we're having mic problems, but it looks like
Yes, thank you. This is a shift of 160,000 pounds, and there's a couple reasons why I chose this number. The first being that we are a little concerned, as I said earlier, about 500,000 pounds being taken out of this area that is not recommended by staff in addition to their recommendation. The 340,000 pounds that would be remaining in the adjustment is a number that I have not seen on paper, but I have heard utilized, that this would be the area that would assist and create better opportunities for the charter industry to be able to prosecute their businesses. And so we're recognizing the fact that we want to make sure that all gear groups are able to prosecute their business and have the opportunity to do so. So we're making a modest recommendation for the 160,000 pound switch into 3A, which would reduce our cut from the 1.51 million to a lesser amount by a very modest amount. And I think that, as I said, this has some conservation overtones to it and also some equity.
Okay, thank you, Linda. So I am being notified by Secretariat that our second is not someone who was listed as an alternate to represent the group. And so I'm sorry, but we can't count that person as a second. By our terms of reference, you have to have been listed to be accredited and to be voting. So is there someone else who wants to second this motion? Paul, were you looking? I'm sorry, who's that the second? Okay, so is that Paul? All right, I'm getting Paul, understanding Paul Clampett. Okay, so we have a second from SHPA, Paul Clampett, on the motion. Okay, anybody else wish to speak to this amendment to the motion, which is moving 160,000 pounds out of 2C relative to the motion that Forrest made back into 3A? Okay, are we ready to vote on that amendment? Okay, can we clear the slate to take a vote on the amendment? And do people need that amendment up on the screen? Are you all clear on what you're voting on? We're moving 160,000 pounds relative to Forrest's motion from 2C into 3A, which would make the TCY for 2C 5.5 million pounds and the TCY for 3A 13.95 million pounds.
I was saying the same.
Okay, so
Carol has asked it to be on the screen.
I'm sorry, Laura. Jim was saying get this up on the screen. Were you asking another question?
Okay, it is now on the screen. We've cleared everyone's status. So we will start the vote, and you have 1 minute to submit your vote. And just a reminder that agree and disagree is you agree with this amendment or you disagree with this amendment. And then if you raise your hand, that indicates that you abstain from this vote.
Are the numbers right there? That at the bottom sentence it says 5.6 million down to 5.5 million, increase 3A from 13 point. So okay, I guess it is right. Sorry, I just wasn't reading the whole thing. Okay, so it's the sentence at the bottom.
Yes, it looks like we reset the clock on that clarification, so we'll allow another 15 seconds to finalize. Okay, the vote is now closed and we will capture the results, so please hold your status. And we have one more.
Madam Chair, a question for you while they're counting the votes. If once the vote is over, does our vote like freeze for the Secretariat so they can count it, or I think I may have jumped the gun clearing my vote more than once here, but or does it freeze it when the
for clarification, it does not
so
freeze your vote. If your vote changes from one to the other when we are capturing the record, then we consider it as if you had not voted. And we will clear the status before. Yeah, so we will clear the status before the vote and at the end of the vote once we've captured the results. So we ask that you not touch the status during the vote, and then you can raise your hand once we have indicated that we have captured the results and we have cleared the status.
So it is pretty important to not jump the gun. It takes a minute for Laura to do the screen captures. So do wait till she says she's got it. Okay.
So we have 10, if I may, through the chair.
Madam Chair,
yeah,
my vote did not get counted because I was.
So we have 10
I guess it would
that
still
agree,
and
obviously, we have 12 that disagree.
Not obviously, but I disagreed with the amendment.
And
so
we have
if that didn't get counted, I don't know if it changes the outcome or not, but if it did, I messed up. Sorry.
I think it still fails. So whether or not you messed up, the amendment did not pass. So fair enough. Okay, so we have before us the original motion. We should take the amendment off the screen. When you can.
I will update it.
Thank you. And it looks like we have maybe we haven't cleared the vote yet. Is that right? No, not yet. Okay, so I'm going to give a chance for the Secretariat to clear the vote so I can see if people have hands up before we... Okay. All right.
Yes, thank you. It should be clear. We'll bring up slide 4, which has rationale.
Okay. Do people need the table up, or hopefully everybody's clear on what the motion is? It might be good to have the table up rather than the rationale. And we'll call the vote. So what you're voting on is the TCY numbers. That's the motion for 2C for the Alaska area. So 2C through 4C, D, and E is what we're voting on now. Okay, so let's go to a vote. Everybody knows what to do now, I think.
Please note we're clearing your status. Yes, now you can. And there is 45 seconds remaining.
Okay, so go ahead and green if you support these TCYs for the Alaska areas, red if you don't, hand up if you're abstaining. Okay, 14 seconds remaining. Make sure you have your vote how you want it. And leave it there.
Okay, the vote is now closed. Okay, the vote is now closed, so we will capture the results. Please hold your status while we do. And thank you, Secretary. And we have one more capture to do.
The chairs. Okay, can you give us the vote count?
And the Secretary, will you please change for clear the status for everyone? And we will return it back to the chairs.
Okay. So that's our recommendation for Alaska areas.
22 agree.
The others are set.
And 24 abstentions.
And why don't we take a lunch break? We come back in an hour at 1:45 and see if there is anything else we need to talk about on agenda item 5. So thank you all for powering through that, and sorry to hold you late for lunch. Oh yes, and Laura's asking to make sure everybody sends their motions to her. I think we have most of them, but please send them along so we make sure we're capturing them accurately. Hope folks had time to get some lunch. Sorry to be a few minutes late. We're just trying to iron out a few logistics. So just to cover those, Our apologies to the Edmonds Veteran Independent Longline Group. I guess they were in the system twice, and we missed that Mike was an alternate on one of those. If your mic is live, please mute it. Terry Henshaw, possibly. If you live mic. Or Jeff Stevens, or Jeff Kaufman. Please mute mic. Thank you. Okay, so our apologies again. So, Mike, you are listed to vote for Edmonds Veteran Independent Longliners. And also thank you, Rebecca Skinner, for correcting that there is provisions within the terms of reference for a minority within a contracting party to provide their input, sort of a minority report on. We have received that information on the F-43, relative to the F-43 from ATCA and from Malcolm's group, and we will capture that, the concerns expressed by those groups relative to supporting a more conservative approach to the harvest rate. Okay, so that's what we had to cover before we, I think, ask if there are any additional motions under agenda item 5 that people wanted to bring forward. We had one. Yeah, okay. So, Dan, I saw your hand for a minute. We thought you wanted to make a motion at this time, but then your hand disappeared. It looks like maybe Dan dropped. So we'll give him a minute to rejoin. Anything else anybody wanted to bring forward while we're waiting for Dan under agenda item 5? Laura, can you explain to me what's on the, oh, is that where, for the next agenda item, what you have up there in the screen?
Yeah, so that was what we were hoping to present during the formal presentations on Monday, and it's just an open set line survey tender Q&A that we're hosting on Thursday at 6 p.m. So anybody who's interested in reviewing the tender specifications or have questions, as well as the charter area maps, the Secretariat will be hosting that, then you can register at the link.
Okay. All right, thanks for that. So that's Pacific time, I assume, right? All right, so Dan, looks like you're back. Why don't you go ahead? You have to unmute if you're speaking. I'm wondering if Dan can hear us. Oh, nope, there he is. Now we can hear you.
I'm getting no sound.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead, Dan. Dan. I'm not sure what's going on. Dan, there you are,
I'm not getting any
unmuted
sound
now.
from the co-chairs,
Try it again.
But, before we move off of agenda item 5, I do have one more motion I would just put out there. I'm not hearing any sound from either of the co-chairs.
Well, I don't know. Can you hear us now? In any event, go ahead.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Dan. She said go ahead.
Okie dokes, then I'll go ahead. Thanks. So before we move off of mortality limits, I did send a motion on the interim agreement that I'd like to make. I think I could ask Laura to put that up, please.
Yes, the Secretary, please share that on the screen.
Okay, Chris.
Had it for a minute.
All right, I'm going to wait till I can see.
Oh, it looks like we've lost
the PDF. You know, are other people seeing the PDF already, or is it just my system?
Looks like still loading.
Okay, thanks.
No, you're correct. It isn't displayed yet. We're we'll work on getting it up and then maximizing it. So we will, we do have it in a pod as well. We were wanting it in Word so we could edit it if there's a need, but we'll shift the pod over so it's on display now. Oh. It is showing now, Secretary, so if you could zoom in, please.
So I see that Chuck has written that the Canadian co-chair has also dropped off. So I'll just keep monitoring the chat, and when I see something on the screen or I see a co-chair say, start talking, I'll start talking.
I'm back.
Jim's on there, Dan.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything on my screen yet showing the motion, but I'm assuming it'll be up. But basically, it's up. Okay. Well, I'll just read off of my notes then, because, well, basically my motion would be that the conference board has noted that the MSC model results represent new information indicating that the 2B portion of the interim agreement causes significant negative impacts to U.S. IPHC areas. These impacts include the ongoing transfer of yield generated by halibut residing in U.S. waters to Canada. That results because of the inclusion of a percentage of the coastwide TCY in 2B's apportionment formula, which is greater than the relative abundance of halibut off of Canada's coast. It's going to result in TCEY reductions in all Alaskan IPHC regulatory areas. And these reductions are going to become more pronounced as overall relative abundance shifts back towards region 3 as it has historically been. And I think we saw some of that this year. We also know from the MSC model that the interim agreement in Canada causes a significant decrease in the region 2 spawning biomass that results from the issuing increased fishing pressure. And if you look at the MXC Explorer tool and you look at the results of MPB versus MPJ on region 2 spawning biomass, you can see that it shows that there's a 17% relative decrease in Region 2's long-term spawning biomass under the interim agreement. And I think we also talked about that in slide 26, which Alan put up on the screen yesterday. And since spawning biomass is closely related to O32 biomass, 2C receives a reduced bait share of the overall TCEY and is further impacted by additional TCEY deductions driven by the compensation for the 2B interim agreement. I think that was what Forrest was referring to when he was talking about proximity effects in the earlier motion. So I think this is new information that the commissioners did not have when they were negotiating the interim agreement. I think it's important that the conference board note that the MSE model was based on the best available science with development guided by the Science Review Board and MSAB, and it's been peer reviewed. I think it's also important to note the MSAB finding in their report that identifies the Fisheries Independent Setline Survey as the best scientific method for estimating stock distribution among biological regions and IPHC regulatory areas. And I think it's also something that's noticeable is that most of the MPs ranked as tier 1 by the MSAB process use the survey as the basis for their distribution approaches, because that does tend to spread fishing pressure more evenly with the stock's abundance. So therefore, what I'm recommending the conference board recommend to the IPHC commissioners that they initiate a process to modify the interim agreement to more closely track regional and IPHC regulatory area abundance trends and the available yield of the halibut resource surveyed by the FISS within each contracting party's waters. And that modification of the interim agreement should be completed prior to setting the 2022 catch limits. And if there's a second, I'll speak to more to it.
Yeah, CDF Fuel second.
Okay, thank you. Second.
I think the text kind of lays out most of my rationale. I think I just really want to highlight that, the MSE model does give us new information that sheds light on the effects of, the interim agreement on the U.S. interests. I note that the MSE model also shows, if you look at MPE, that just the 2A portion of the interim agreement doesn't cause these impacts to the U.S. or to Canada. They're basically negligible. So it really is just the Canadian portion of it that is causing new long-term impacts to the U.S. interests. And I think it's appropriate that given this, that we ask the commissioners to begin the process of trying to renegotiate something that minimizes the spillover effects of one contracting party on the other. And I know, we all have had different comments about whether the survey is the right basis for that, but I hope we can all agree that, in concept as stakeholders that, one contracting party should not claim yield to the halibut resource in another contracting party's waters over the long term. I mean, basically, a fair apportionment formula is going to reflect the abundance within each contracting party's waters and also minimize any effects of their harvest management on the other contracting party. And I think we need to move closer towards that type of an agreement. And that's what my motion does. So I'll stop there and answer any clarifying questions or however the chairs would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I'm guessing you still can't hear us, but I've got Malcolm up to speak next. So Malcolm, why don't you go ahead, and I will type that into the chat for Dan.
I do have. Okay, Linda, I have one comment here. I think it needs to be clarified that this may not necessarily be a conference board motion, but this is the U.S. conference board. So we make those distinctions. U.S. conference.
Well, I think it's being made as a motion to the whole conference board.
Anybody else still online? I'm not hearing Jim Lane speaking.
Let me see if we can get Dan to go out and come back and see if that fixes his audio, unless someone in the secretariat's able to help him.
To log out and try logging back in.
Read my mind. Okay, so I think it's being offered as a motion to the conference board. I think, the floor can be open for Canada to vote against it or, offer an amendment. But think it's been made as a motion from the conference board for conference board consideration. Malcolm's hand up. Malcolm, are you looking to speak? Maybe not. Maybe we lost Malcolm. Boy, they're dropping like flies this afternoon. Okay, let's go to Chuck next, and then Forrest, and we'll see if we can get Malcolm back.
Yeah, thank you. We know the MSC data utilize apportioning by bottom area as its basis when running the simulations of the management procedures. Of course, that's going to slant everything in direction of apportionment and any procedure that includes apportionment. Canada's never agreed with this methodology to distribute the TACs to the regulatory areas. But also understand the interim agreement does not completely save Canadian TAC harmless to the variability, as does include apportionment for 30% of its portion of the interim agreement. It also has to be pointed out that the MSC process has determined that all 11 MPs that met the conservation objectives of maintaining the female stock biomass above the biomass reference point at least 95% of the time. And this includes 4 management procedures that include the interim agreement, including one that provided the greatest coastwide catch and the lowest coastwide catch variability. And just as importantly, part of this whole agreement is that language stating that each of the countries would be responsible for including its U26 mortality against its collective total mortality. And I would be speaking against, and I'd probably vote against, any changes in this interim agreement and or the discussions around it. So I'm just advising that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the motion by Dan. I think that some of the hardship that we've been working through over the last couple hours in this meeting stem from issues about giving inordinate amounts of fish to a regulatory area, and both the cause that it has on contracting parties or the other contracting party, as well as potential
Thanks, Chuck.
harm to
Forrest,
in a particular region. And I
think
we made it clear that what we had just covered in the last motion was a temporary look at helping a region out, 2C specifically. But I think in the long term we need to stabilize this. And I mean, this is an MSAB discussion, and here we are again sitting at the same table, and I'm struggle with this, and it's hard not to get worked up about it, because they're other than the phrase understanding trade-offs, which I don't even get, there's just been no basis brought forward for any kind of an interim agreement like this that resonates with me anyway. And and I'm always open for more new information, but I think this is a good attempt at moving away from willy-nilly management and trying to get established, or something that's more predictable and more fair in terms of yield to all U.S. regulatory and Canadian regulatory areas. And I think that was the original intent of the MSC process, is when we talked about increased yield, it wasn't to one country or one area specifically, it was to
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I think it first of all needs to be clear that this motion is the perspective of some in the U.S. delegation. It's certainly not Canada's perspective. I I think first of all we need to remember apportionment has never been accepted as the way to allocate the coastwide TCUI by the contracting parties. The contracting parties over the years have deviated from and have agreed to deviate from apportionment when they determine the regulatory area TCUIs. We just did it today on the conference board. It is not the only scientifically defensible way to distribute the available harvest. There are several scientifically defensible ways to distribute the available harvest, and the MSC process identified them. I mean, what we've got here is some cherry picking from the MSAB reports and work, and this whole argument is based on the premise that apportionment, 032 stock distribution, is the status quo, that it's the starting point. It's not. The idea that MPE somehow leaves Canada harmless is not true. It affects Canada greatly from where we are starting right now. Estimating how the stock is distributed is one thing. Distributing the coastwide TCUI, the available harvest, is something else. The two are separate. They are related, but they are separate. Biomass distribution is a science exercise. The TCUI distribution is a policy decision that is informed by science and socioeconomic considerations. This is consistent with the conclusion of the IPHC Secretariat in document IPHC-2018-SS01-02, which states TCUI distribution is a management/policy decision where other objectives are considered, for instance, economic and social. At MSAM, we agreed that MPs for distributing the coastwide TCUI may be data-driven, policy-driven, or some combination thereof. The interim agreement combines data-driven and policy-driven elements and is scientifically defensible. The agreement that was reached in 2019 reflects the parties' objectives for sharing the resource. The agreement includes specific allocations for 2A and Canada. It takes into account both parties' interests, including from the U.S. side meeting Indigenous obligations in Regulatory Area 2A. And finally, the last point is the MSE process is about trade-offs. That's what it is. It is about trade-offs. This whole thing, this is about trade-offs. The interim agreement may be impacting certain things, but like I say, looking at something like apportionment,
Hey, got me there? Yeah. So just a couple comments on this. I'll be supporting the motion. Just reminding everybody that this was never the interim policy was never vetted at the conference board or the PAG. And just from a perspective of the stakeholders in Area 3B and 4A, 3B particularly, it just seems like it's kind of indefensible that you could have such a discrepancy in the allocation between Area 3B and 2B when they have the same spatial extent. 3B for 2020 had a higher catch per unit of effort than 2B, and yet will be receiving 124% greater TAC than 3B. And I don't.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to give a charter, a sport perspective on this. It sounds like we're really hearing one side here cite the socioeconomic needs of the agreement and of distributing TCUI and FCUI. And I understand that, but I think that it goes both ways, and that's really evidenced by the last motion that we voted on with the charter sector in 2C. as charter fishermen, we do have our business models have a limited adaptive capacity. Our fleets can only flex so much before those business models don't work. And 2C, I think, before that motion passed, the fishermen there were in a situation where their business models really might not work unless we move some fish over there and adapt. But it seems like right now, in the current agreement, without any changes, we're really the only ones adapting. We're really the only ones that are actually fitting to the MSE.
Yes, can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. I simply want to associate myself strongly with the remarks already made by Chris Sporer. I won't burden people with simply repeating them, but I could in fact repeat every single word and with great sincerity. This sort of attempt to continue to reinforce a method of approach to the distribution of the stock, which is fundamentally flawed because it's based on the idea that bottom area is primarily the basis upon which the stock should be not only harvested but distributed, but also, of course, using a series of area boundaries which were artificially established without, in fact, any real resonance to biological regions, but of course overlook the fact that Canada gets sandwiched into being a part of a artificially defined region with 2A, B, and C, when in fact Canada is a separate country with separate issues, separate interests, and a very different way of operating its fishery, taking full responsibility for its bycatch, taking full responsibility for measuring the catch so that that we stay within the harvest limits and so forth. But then we hear pious arguments about the reality of the science-based approach, while people willfully ignore the fact that the impacts of the killing of baby halibut in American groundfish trawls, and failing to properly measure the amount of the catch coming out in a number of areas.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to run through a few points here. The way I see it anyway, although the 11 different management plans say everything's works, including the 5 that include the current interim agreement, I think they assume that Alaska's going to work out the slop. And I don't understand what the purpose of the survey's data is really if it's not going to be used, at least in part. If it's observing that apportionment is shifting, then why wouldn't that be included? But under the current interim program, Alaska takes the hit. They have to work it out amongst themselves, and 2C is the frontline area. Now, as far as the bycatch and observer program criticisms are, Canada has its own problems with this observer program. That's a matter of fact in the news, and I would hardly say that they're trawl bycatch issue is clean. So that's all I have to say for this issue.
Okay, thank you, Carter. Let's see, we've got Garrett Lambert next. Yes, thank you, Linda. Thank you, Jim. Let me just get my volume down. I can hear that echo. All right. You know, looking at the proposal here, you know, we've gone year after year looking at a biological approach to how we manage the halibut stock. And, you know, if I were to, you know, look at the inverse, if we were to treat 3A and 2C with a socioeconomic approach solely, I'd have to ask what the concern would be over a long term for the health of the stock coast-wide if we took that same approach throughout regulatory areas. You know, and that's why I think when we come to our local meetings and come to the IPHC, we really carry the want to be conservative. I believe in closing in IPHC of 2019, Peter DeGreef said, you know, if you take care of the stock will take care of you. And, you know, I really want to hold true to that. Thanks, Garrett. Russell, you're up next, and then Linda Kozak.
Hello. I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind, so I'm just going to say simply that I support the interim agreement, and it's ending in another year anyway, and I can see how there's some fairness there, but anyway, that's enough said. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, Linda.
Okay, thank you. Linda Kozak, Kodiak Vessel Owners. I just need to say that I'm really conflicted by this motion. I'm going to abstain, and I'll tell you why. I'm abstaining because I believe, and I said this in my comments earlier when I made my amendment that failed on the TCY limits inside the state, that I believe the interim agreement is above our pay grade on the conference board. If we individually have issues or concerns that we want to express, I think that we should do that in a different forum than trying to get a motion passed at the conference board level regarding a very complex issue involving a very important treaty that we have between the two countries. And I just have to say that I am not going to vote one way or the other on this motion, simply not because I don't think we should have a scientific approach to all areas. I've already said that I do. I do also believe with the Canadian position that we have a serious problem with bycatch in the U.S. waters in Alaska, and we're trying to resolve those issues, but it takes.
Thank you, Linda, for the explanation of your vote. Forrest?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I wanted to be remembered as being nice. I don't think I was nice last time, and I do appreciate hearing different perspectives on this. And I guess to just, I remember not too long ago a conversation with a similar group, them with 2B Canada pulling off of any sense that 032 distribution was not an accurate way or the best scientific way to measure that distribution to areas, and they have have talked about national shares and some concerns about bycatch on the U.S. side. And I just want to go on record as saying that I am not against looking at all the ways different areas are affected. I'm not against looking at socioeconomic reasons that Canada should have something different than 032 stock distribution. I just have not heard those. I've only heard phrases as understanding trade-offs and being allowed to do that kind of thing, but no specific reasons. And for me, I'm totally open to hearing that, but I know that Canada has an Atlantic fishery. I was surprised to hear that it's to the tune of 5,000 metric tons or 11 million pounds.
Yeah, thanks for that, Forrest. Appreciate everybody being on point and being civil. If there's no one else looking to speak, then I think we're ready to vote on this. We have the motion up on the screen, and I think we'll ask the Secretariat to sort of clear the voting roster, and
would you like us to move to the top of the motion?
people can now go up to the little guy at the top of your screen and vote agree, disagree, abstain. And we'll give you a minute to do that. Sure, if we can't fit the whole thing on.
15 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay. Yes, maybe that's better to have the actual action pointed up there rather than the preamble.
So please hold your status.
I think people can see that.
Collect the results.
And
one more capture to go.
Yeah. I have a question.
Okay, I'm seeing in the chat that there were a couple other people who wanted to talk that I somehow missed. I wasn't seeing any hands up before the vote. My apologies if we missed somebody.
The status for everyone.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
wasn't
showing up
able
on
to
our
vote.
screen, so I don't know.
However times
Okay, well, let's get the vote taken care of.
I never got the icons come down.
You have what you need there, Laura? Okay, are there maybe people who are having trouble raising their hand to be recognized, or who? Go ahead, Lauren.
Yes, I oppose that motion.
Ah, okay.
Yes, we
Maybe the Secretariat can help you with that to see if we can find out how to set you up to vote for another time. And if you want to right now give us your vote on that to record, we can probably add that. Or is that not doable, Laura? Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll make sure that you're counted as a no on that motion. Thank you. Okay, so we still have one person showing a vote, but I assume we've cleared it, and that's just an accident there. So I think we're ready to, well, let's just check and see if there are any other actions people want to bring forward under agenda item 5. Lauren, your hand's still up, but I think that's residual. Thank you. Okay, so then I think we're ready to move to agenda item 6, the regulatory proposals for 2021.
For paper 12.
And Laura, I'll let you sort of lead us through these, if you would. I think.
And then if you could advance to the, actually I could advance. And so if you go to proposal A1, noting that proposal A1 is a boilerplate. Essentially, it's what the mortality limits and the fishery limits under the various catch sharing plans is. It completes that table within the IPHC fishery regulations.
Okay, and do we have
well, A1 is specific to the mortality and fishery limits.
So do we have a motion? What order do you want to take these? Do you want to tackle the 2A
Thanks.
cat sharing
My
plan?
motion reads, the conference board recommends the commission adopt AM 097-proposal A1.
Thank you, Megan. Is there a second? Okay. I guess I need to pull it up. Do you want to put that? Do we have a motion on that someone's prepared to make? Oh, looks like. Angel, are you seconding? I'm seconding. Thank you, Megan. Is there a second?
Yeah, this just adds into Section 5 IPHC fishery mortality and fishery limits, the framework that we saw last.
Angel, are you seconding? Okay, thank you, Angel. Megan, would you like to speak to that? Great. All right, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, let's take a vote on that and clear the slate.
Through the chair, if I may, shall we leave it with the screen as is during this vote rather than present the motion?
That is to do.
Yes, we will switch screens now. Thank you.
Okay, everybody clear what they're voting on? Looks, Kirill, you have your hand up. Did you have a, or are you just getting ready to vote? Oh, hand down. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in support.
So please start the timer. Forty seconds remaining. $15 seconds. And as we close the vote, please hold your status while we capture the results. And one final capture, and then we will clear the status. So one moment. So, and now, Secretary, please clear the status for everyone. And we return to the chairs. We have 42 in agreement and 4 abstentions for that vote, for that motion.
Okay, so maybe we could get the other screen back up so we know what our next action needs to be. Contracting party, are we ready to move to that?
So if I may, through the chair. So the next item under the agenda is proposal A2, which is the commercial fishing periods. And in this proposal, the Secretariat notes that that we do not have any objection to the year-round fishery or to a modification to the fishery dates. And
okay, so it sounds like we had
directed commercial fishery,
a proposal that came in late from the managers in 2A. Is this where we need to address this issue or ask the Secretariat to work with the managers from that contracting party to resolve that issue?
Yes, so thank you again through the chair. So under our rules of procedure, it is required that any fishery regulations is submitted 30 days in advance of any session, which was the 26th of December for the AMO 97 session. And so the proposal you see in front of you now, if I could ask the Secretary to go to the appendix of that proposal.
Okay, I see Tom
and display it on the screen. It has
Marking has his
text,
hand up.
and
Do you
so
want to
that
speak
is
to
the
this?
proposal that's presented here now.
Tom, and my understanding is since the proposal came in late, we can recommend as a conference board that the Secretariat work with the managers of this contracting party to try and accommodate their request, while also reminding them to try to get regulatory proposals in before deadlines in the future. So I don't know, maybe, yeah, now I got to go.
Hey, Linda, can you hear me? Okay, I'm having to use my wife's computer. My microphone doesn't work. I guess this is the kind of a point of order thing for me. I guess I'm curious, why is 2A the only one that's relegated to have their season date set before they come to this meeting? I mean, Alaska and Canada set their season dates recommendations when we get here. Why are we the ones that have to have our season date set 30 days prior to this meeting? I don't understand that.
Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, if I may, yes, thank you. So the directed commercial fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A, the non-tribal, is still managed by the IPHC or by the Commission, and so it needs to go, this is a regulation change or fisheries regulation change that takes place to make that modification, and it needs to go through the regulatory proposal process, which has strict guidelines under the rules of procedure. So what's in front of you right now is proposal A2, which you may support or choose not to support, obviously. And the Secretariat does request that it remain as is for 2021.
So Tom, I think it would be helpful to have a motion to that effect, that we, as a conference board, are recommending that the managing agency for the contracting party work with the Secretariat to set the season opening dates, or the season dates.
Well, I guess they're going to have to handle it at the commission level with the PFMC reps, because it's beyond me. But this was forced upon us, and we're just trying to react to the Secretariat's demands. And it's kind of irritating that, because we didn't meet their deadline on a regulatory, that we're not even being considered. So I'll let the PFMC reps handle it at the commission level.
Okay, we have a observer who's seeking to be heard here, who is one of those managers for the contracting party, I think, if I'm recognizing the name. So with the concurrence of my co-chair, I would give Phil Anderson a chance to speak to see if that helps us know how to best move ahead.
And if I may, just as we're preparing for Mr. Anderson, it is not the Secretary.
Okay, so Phil, would you
the rules of procedure that the Commission
like
has
to
in place and following the fishery regulation proposal process?
I don't know. Phil, would you like to speak to this? Okay. Looks like that's not, is it not working, or, so Laura, what do you suggest? If nobody's ready to make a motion on this, do we just take no action with the,
Could I try one more time, Madam Vice?
Yes, there you are, go ahead.
I apologize. I had to make some adjustments here. Thank you for recognizing me. Appreciate it very much. My name is Phil Anderson. I'm with Pacific Fishery Management Council. I'm a council member there, and I'm their designee to represent their interests here at the IPHC forum. And I fully appreciate the comments from Laura and the rules and protocols that they have in place. I have made multiple expressions to Dr. Wilson and others relative to our apologies for not getting this to the Secretariat within the time frame that they have for submitting changes in regulations. We did submit a letter in early January, I think it was the 4th, bringing to their attention, bringing to your attention that we had a recommendation relative to the structure of the directed fishery, non-Indian fishery in Area 2A. It closely mirrors what is being recommended by the Secretariat. As a matter of fact, it just has one variation, and that is that the fishery start on a Tuesday instead of a Monday. We are making that recommendations as a result of a fairly extensive outreach that the states made, states of Washington, Oregon, and California as part of our Pacific Fishery Management Council to solicit input from stakeholders and participants in the fishery. I understand, while I wasn't listening, I was listening to you all, that the PAG has voted to support the proposal that was put forth by the Pacific Council for this fishery. So apparently they found a way to do it. And I think all I would ask is, it seems to me that if the conference board views a particular proposal that comes forward from the Secretariat and has a comment on it, and that comment is to make a change in what is being proposed, I guess I'm too having a hard time understanding why that wouldn't be within the sideboards of what would be an appropriate action by the conference board. But I'll leave that to you. I don't know your rules and procedures as well as some of you that are there. But again, we did go through a fairly extensive public outreach. We did provide this as a recommendation. We are and have been closely working with the Secretariat, Dr. Wilson and the staff on this fishery, particularly over the last 3 years or so. And we would request that our recommendation at least be given some attention. And of course, we'll be suggesting this to our U.S. commissioners when they get to the point of making their decision. So again, thanks for hearing me. I'll stop there. And thanks for any consideration you can give.
Okay, well, thanks so much for clarifying that, Phil. I mean, this seems like a fairly minor issue that's getting tangled up in regulation. And so I would welcome a motion if someone wants to make one. Tom, I don't know if you're seeking to speak or if that's a residual hand. But I think I appreciate the evidence that this change has come or been identified through a extensive stakeholder process. And so I think we can at least have our report reflect that we gathered that much from the managers and people in the area, and we support the Secretariat working with the managers to try and accommodate their request. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, just one clarification. So, I mean, the rules of procedure, obviously we as the Secretariat must abide by them as well. And our concern is that we do not have a fishery regulation proposal in front of us from the contracting party with those details, indicating that they've had that amount of outreach and what the feedback was from the stakeholders in that area. So we're not able to weigh it in the same manner or under the same procedures as we are other regulatory proposals. So we would ask the Secretariat's choices or preference is to let it stand as is, given that proposal A2 does meet the rules of procedure, and to allow us to work with the contracting party agencies to make those modifications for 2022, recognizing they are very minor.
Okay, well, let's proceed with that understanding, that we recognize they're minor, that there's a willingness to work to make the modifications, and that that's our recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to also take up the 2C3A catching plan, is that right? Oh, okay, let's go back to the other. Do we have the other screen, or what am I skipping over?
If I may,
okay.
through the chair, we do have another one, which is proposal A3. Yes, we will do that momentarily. And if I may, actually, if you could go to proposal A3, because it's specific to the language in section 22, I believe it has in the appendix. And it's just tidying, as it indicates here, it's minor amendments and clarifications. So the only note of interest for this session is that it's making it clear that the IPHC Secretariat also has access to fish and landings to be able to collect the samples that we need.
So we need a motion from someone. Looks like Megan is ready to do that.
Thanks, Linda. My motion reads, the Conference Board recommends the Commission adopt AM 097 Proposal A3 as written in Appendix A.
Thank you, Megan. Is there a second? It looks like Kathy Hansen, are you seconding?
I'm trying.
We got you. We heard you. Okay, great. So second by FIFA, motion by PVOA. Megan, would you like to speak to this?
Sure. As we just heard, it expands Section 22 on supervision of unloading and weighing to include access for sampling or inspecting by an authorized.
So, Secretary, if we may please have the proposal, or the motion rather, in front of us.
Tom, you have something to say first? Yes, not.
If I may.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Jim.
Proceed with the vote.
No, I saw Tom's hand up for a while, so I was just wondering if he had something to say.
Yeah, I think he's working from his other computer, so. Okay, so I think we're ready to clear the voting deck, and we're voting on the motion on the screen, which provides The Secretariat access to fish to collect samples during the survey. So please go to your person icon and vote yes, no, or abstain.
And
can everybody, oops, okay, we got some people. If any of the people who haven't voted yet want to vote, now's your chance. Oh, I'm sorry, we still have 55 minutes remaining. I thought I was saying 15 a minute ago.
It did. That was 15 minutes.
it actually had 15 minutes. Yeah. So we will say 10 seconds remaining at this time.
I think people are
if that's agreeable
voting if they're still with us.
Madam Chair.
Okay, we will now capture the votes. So the voting is closed. Please hold your status.
Madam Chair. Lord Iverson again, it wouldn't let me vote.
One moment, please.
Who's that? Go ahead. Okay, can you just tell us your vote and we'll make sure it's recorded? Thank you, Lauren. Oh, my house. And add Lauren in.
Please clear the
As
staff
an agree.
and return to the chairs. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, we ready to move on?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We will now move on to proposal B1. So if the Secretary could please bring up the that proposal.
Okay, so as a reminder for all of those, the Area 2C3A catching plan specifies limits for the charter fleet. The charter fleet then needs to identify management measures to remain within those catch limits, and they then recommend those here to the commission for the commission to take action on. So we're looking for a motion on this proposal. Anybody from the charter sector want to? Okay, Forrest is there.
I can speak to this. This is a a pretty standard approach pushing through the council. Things that have been vetted to be in compliance with the cap sharing plan and regulatory areas 2C and 3A. There was something a little bit different this year.
Okay, so motion from Forrest, and I think that was Brian Ritchie on the second.
A reduction for COVID effects, and it extrapolated from what happened to next year and kind of looking into the crystal ball.
Forrest, you want to speak to that?
An attempt to keep both charter sectors within their allocation and based on the best available information. So therefore the motion support. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so your motion is for these measures that are appearing, let's see, I guess this sets the range that will then be determined by the final numbers adopted by the commission for 2C and 3A. Okay, thank you. Any questions or other comments on the motion? Can we do, I guess we can't just say, does anybody object? That's probably complicated. All right, so we'll just clear the screen or clear the voting roster and ask people to vote on these management measures for 2C, guided sport or charter fisheries 2021. The timer is started, so thank you for voting.
And please start. Thank you. Thirty seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed, and we will work to capture the results, so please bear with us. One final capture.
Okay, thank you.
Secretary, if you will please.
So I think that, does that finish off our okay.
We have a final fisheries regulation proposal, C1. If you could please, Secretary, display it on the screen. And just a reminder that this is a stakeholder fishery regulation proposal that you see here. And at the pleasure of the chairs, we will scroll to the appendix to display the modified text suggested.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm actually the one that put in one of the proposal. It's a modified proposal.
Okay.
Anybody? I think that we need to really start looking at.
Does anybody want to make a motion to move this proposal forward?
For the halibut fishery. About 3 years ago, I got some
proposal to
text
move
from
towards a year-round season,
Anchorage
right?
Daily News that was published in May 2020.
Which people had brought up
so
before. So if anybody, we got some hands up now.
Of,
okay.
Atlantic
Robert
Hockness
Hockness.
That was sold into the U.S. That's basically taken over the eastern seaboard, and it's starting to go into the Midwest markets, Chicago and Denver. There's an additional 4.4 million pounds of farmed halibut that's coming into the market, and as of in 2019, there was 2 million pounds of Russian cod halibut, and then I just saw something this year that there was 24 million pounds of Russian halibut caught this year. So we have to be cognizant of the fact that we're not the only supplier of halibut anymore, and there's a lot of cheaper halibut coming into the market, and we need to maintain our market share. Also, part of this was in Canada. We have an integrated groundfish fishery where vessels are licensed to fish for sablefish, rockfish, by hook and line, lingcod, and dogfish, and they're all accountable for their halibut that they encounter and release. For example, if a vessel is out fishing for rockfish and encounters 100 halibut during the closed season, they must all be released, and the vessel will be charged a mortality on those fish released. The mortality rate is 16% for longline halibut, and the average weight for legal size halibut is 21 pounds. That works out to 3.36 pounds of mortality for each fish encountered. So those 100 fish the vessel releases is 336 pounds of halibut quota that must be accounted for. That's a significant cost borne by fishermen. Fishing for other species of fish when there is no biological reason to have a closed season. Late last year, there was a special session, and out of that, the Secretariat came out with a paper, Prop A1, and I'll read some conclusions from it. The best scientific information available suggests that there's no biological basis for assuming an increased risk to the stock by allowing a fishery period to extend to December 31st, 2020, or to 20th February 2021. And the stock assessment process can easily adjust to accommodate an extension to the 2020 directed commercial fishing period of December 31st, and recognizing any removals after this date would be attributed to 2021. So that's, I think we should, while I don't think we're going to get there this year, I do think we should be cognizant of the fact, and I would like to make a motion that the conference board endorses a year-round fishery for IPHC regulatory areas. Thank you.
I second. Well, just quickly that we have been thinking about decoupling sablefish from halibut and trying to get a year-round sablefish fishery, but it's been brought to my attention, that there's a problem with that, and that some sablefish fishermen don't have halibut quota, and so, well, that's not necessarily the issue, but the main issue is that we want to prevent bycatch also, and so you want to be able to have
it's Laura for the second.
I can't.
Okay, and Paul, were you also wanting to speak to this?
Before me, I think we need a year-round season. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if there's in year-round fisheries. We heard, I think it was Commissioner Merrill talking about how tight it might be to do turnarounds for calculating quota, etc. So how if we had a year-round fishery, how would that be addressed? Maybe based on other fisheries. I'm sure there's plenty of other year-round fisheries, but
Okay, thank you, Paul.
I think the idea
for
is
it.
to actually start working those things out. Give your, you know.
Thank you, Linda Kozak, Kodiak Vessel Owners. I guess I support this concept. I have a question about the dates that are in here, and if we're asking for a year-round fishery to be analyzed, I think we'd be wanting to look more at a March to March.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The managers on the U.S. side have expressed concerns about trying to make that work. The conference board can recommend it, and they will certainly bring those concerns forward.
I think the January to December is not workable
Linda
so
Kozak?
much as it would be if we had the fishery start later, and you'd still get your 12 months, but it would have a different opening date. That would be my preference.
Yeah, I'm agreeable to it. I just also like to comment on it.
You faded out at the end there, but I guess maybe we could ask if the maker of this motion would be amenable to the motion simply supporting a year-round season without specifying start and end dates, and leave that open for managers to determine what might be
as far as the
most
dates,
workable.
I'm not too concerned about. I mean, it is really up to each contractor.
Okay, thank you. Is that maker of the motion? Ability on dates year round.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in favor of the motion. I just want to comment, during COVID this year, we had a quite an increase in dock sales and vessels participating in that in our local markets, and they really did a fantastic job of developing that. They got a far better price than a lot of us did just selling to our buyers and having it go into the restaurant
So your
chains.
goal is for year-round season. We can be silent on dates or identify that we're just recommending flexibility on dates as long as it's year-round.
We have vessels currently in Nanaimo,
Okay,
and I believe
thank
in
you.
Comox right
Lyle,
now,
you're up next.
selling frozen halibut fillets at the dock, and I think to be able to move that to a fresh product is definitely the way to go for all the reasons that Robert put forward earlier with the changes in the market and other fish coming in from other countries. And yeah, thank you again.
I was just going to say that I think that these concerns about being able to manage a year-round fishery is, they're not founded. I mean, they do it for the trawl industry. They can always let some quota, a percentage of it go before they determine the actual amount for each year. I think that it can be worked on, and so that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Actually, my comments really was already addressed in that. I too had some concerns about that, the January to December 31st. But if we're not going to get specific about the dates, then that's been addressed. Could we put the motion up just so we can all see it? Make sure we're clear on what we're voting on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris Bohr. Okay, so it is on the screen, but you mean to
just a motion
make
for
it clear that we're
season.
taking out the date?
Put this
Maybe we
regulatory
could get
proposal forward
that
just to
amended.
Get the ball rolling, and so the ball's rolling. So a year-round fishery is kind of my end goal. So yeah, that's year-round fishery.
So through the chairs, if I may request that the first or second send email me.
Robert, did you have a?
And then we can quickly
Robert,
put it
and you
on the
might
screen.
a specific motion is your motion for a year-round season. Thank you. So maybe we can just simplify to that language that the conference board recommends commissioners consider or move toward a year-round season for halibut fisheries in both areas, commercial halibut fisheries in both areas.
Thank you, Secretary. Will you please display that on the screen?
That's correct.
And your motion is specific to the commercial halibut fishery, right? Correct. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make. Great. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't adding words into
I would just stick with the commercial fishery
the motion that weren't intended to be there.
That the answer is the.
So moving to a year-round commercial halibut fishery, or commercial fishery, I guess. Okay, everybody clear on the motion? Let's ask people to go ahead and vote. Looks like some people have already started. We're going to get commercial in there.
Oh, one moment, if I may. Yes, just waiting for the secretary to capture the edits, and then we'll clear the status for everyone leading up to the vote. Chairs, is this agreeable as you see in front of you?
We want to put in the areas to be to. No, I'm sort of thinking, I'm trying to think how you handle 2A.
If I may, through the chair,
Maybe that's
typically
just
2A
something
would
separate.
fall
I'm
within
maybe
that
that's
same
overthinking the
framework
issue.
for the season dates.
Yeah.
So we will start the clock. We have 25 seconds remaining till the vote closes.
Thank you, Laura. It looks like we have a hand up from Michael Thawin. I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. Nope, hands down. Okay, that was a residual hand. Any other motions to come before us on stakeholder regulatory proposals? No? Okay, then it looks like we can wrap up agenda item 6. Maybe we should take a break next, but am I right? We're ready to wrap up agenda item 6? Okay, great. Should we, what do you think? Do a 10-minute break?
And Secretary, if you will.
Okay, and Laura, can you switch us into the breakout room for a minute?
Yeah, hi, Kenny. Okay, thanks. Oh,
We're back. Linda, you were saying about some people who had different motions again?
Well, I think we're on agenda item 7, the bycatch issue. I know we did have one motion already that spoke to having the MSAB look at bycatch and its impacts that passed the conference board, brought forward by Jeff Kaufman, and I don't know whether there's other motions or comments anybody wants to make on agenda item 7 bycatch. We have a placeholder there, so we'll just open up the floor if there is. No other business, no other motions anybody wants to make on bycatch. Is that right? Not seeing any hands. So if that's true, I guess we'll move on to other business. And we had this conversation about co-chairs that came up, or sorry, the conference board chairs.
Malcolm's name is up.
Come up, and I did not have a chance to go look at the terms of reference, but Jim, did you look at that?
It has to be changed.
Okay.
And we had this discussion with David briefly, during the prep sessions that, yeah, he agreed that he acknowledged that we have to change the terms of reference because we have them elected at the beginning. But I think we can sort of pass a motion to elect co-chairs now and then retroactively, adjust the terms of reference to fit the situations that we're in now. I think that should be okay. Laura, is that all right?
Yes, the intent is to elect them now, and recognizing, yes, the terms of reference will be updated. And that is indeed what you had under this agenda item in the edited agenda and adopted agenda from this session, earlier this session.
Okay, it looks like Kathy Hansen has something to say.
Let's see if I can try this today. Can you hear me?
And now.
Can you hear me, Linda? Okay. My motion would be that we elect the chairs for the conference board at the end of the annual meeting, and we change the terms of reference to reflect that. We elect the chairs for the conference board at the end.
I think we caught that with the echo, but that it would be that at the end of each conference board meeting, we elect chairs who will be chair through the next conference, so through the year and the next conference board annual meeting, and that we amend the terms of reference to reflect that. Kathy isn't saying no, so I'll take that as that I captured it correctly. Is there a second to that?
Person to join the meeting.
Thank you, Dan.
Each conference board meeting, we elect chairs.
Oh, well, we're waiting.
Technical challenges.
There we go. Yeah, Kathy's having a lot of technical challenges today. Okay, so that's the motion, and it's been seconded. Do we need to type it up and get it up on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I almost have it, and then I would ask that the secretary prepare to display it.
Screen. Okay.
And please leave it in editing mode till we clear it.
And then I would ask that the secretary prepare to display it.
Oh.
Please leave it in editing mode so you clear it.
I was just going to say, would it make it any clearer if we say elect chairs at the end of the session, and instead of saying until, I would say that their term expires at the end.
I lost your sound there.
Looks like Dan has his hand up. I think that would make more sense. Yeah, so the term expires at the end of the
elect chairs at the end of the
subsequent
annual
session
conference board
and
meeting,
would hold another election.
with the term expiring at the end of the subsequent session. So it
2 years. That would just be changed, revised.
Okay, that looks good. All right, we can wordsmith that a little bit more, I think, but that's fine for now. I think people get the idea. Any further comment on this motion? Okay, let's wipe the slate and call for a vote on this.
Everyone's status has been cleared, and we ask that you submit your vote. The timer has been started, and we have 50 seconds remaining at this point. Twenty seconds remaining. And we will now close the vote, so please hold your status while we capture the results.
Yeah, could I? Well, I had another motion just under other business, and that I'll just say it, and I did send it to Laura, but the conference board recommends that the IPHC Secretariat report all weights in terms of pounds whenever possible. Well, yeah, they just, well, I'll expand on it a little bit because they've changed all the data.
Okay, do we have any other?
Metric tons when
Malcolm.
And Secretary, will you please clear everyone's status? To return to the chair.
You have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah. If I was just looking at the data, and I mean, it says how to convert from kilograms to pounds, but then you have to go back and make your own tables and stuff. Like even if I just go into the data, I mean, it says there's a little footnote saying how much a kilogram is, but I mean, maybe it's just minor if we don't even want to take it up, but. I've talked to other conference board members and they feel the same way. It's like, we've always talked in pounds. Why wouldn't we have everything presented in pounds? Could you be a little more, could you expand on that a little bit more, what you mean?
This is Jerry, and I profoundly apologize.
Okay, is there
a dollar short here, but I had to be out of the meeting for a bit, and I see that the conference board vote in progress up. Has that been completed and carried? Hmm? Good. Okay. No, I wasn't proposing to object to it or anything. One
just
had
through
occurred
the
to me
chair,
about it,
if
and
I
maybe
may,
this was covered
clarify.
In the discussion.
We
of course,
do
the question
present
of
both.
what happens if the person who is elected, given that it's a long period,
go ahead.
Conference board meeting, assume then that it's at the discretion of each
Malcolm,
party
are you seeing places where you feel like towns are left out that you want them included?
How it's reported initially, followed by that and imperial values.
It's not imperial. Oh.
Comment. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that.
And again, if I may, there should be your ability to choose whether you view it in pounds or kilograms or grams. But that option should be available to you either in when you download the table itself or as a simple click.
Yes, that motion that's up on the screen was voted on.
The view that you're looking at. But we're certainly happy to work with the stakeholders. And clarify that or work with
Michael
you on
here.
those views.
I'm 65 years old. I'm 65 years old, and I oh, you'd be able to see the.
Yeah. Russell,
I think the conference board would have to.
Sorry.
Hold an election to.
I was just saying I support the motion.
Come up with someone, and I remember we went around and around.
I think it should be easily available in pounds. And so hopefully that it can be done and should be able to be downloaded in pounds as well as whatever as kilograms.
It falls either way, but we have commissioners who are.
I can.
Yeah. So the conference board recommends that the IPHC Secretariat report all weights primarily in terms of pounds whenever possible. I'm fine having the kilograms available. I just think the
To be. Be there the following year, but.
Yeah, you're late, Jerry.
Be ready to step into the meeting rather than elected the first day and manage to manage the meeting. So.
That's not what I said.
So anyway, that is a motion.
That's not what's up there is not what I said.
In the past, I'm not. What we've changed. Okay. Thank you. So Malcolm's made an motion. To make sure everything's in pounds. I think Laura's tried to clarify that there is an opportunity when you're looking at data to pick the unit that it's displayed in. So I just look for any other comments on Malcolm's motion. Actually, I don't know that we have a second, so I should probably look for a second to Malcolm's motion before I ask for comment.
That's how we've always done it.
Russell or Michael, either of you wanting to speak to this motion? Go ahead, Michael.
Jerry? Russell?
Okay, so you would advocate for keeping both options available to people and how they view the data?
Is that you coughing, Russell?
Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, if I could just briefly, I guess I thought that this question of whether we are re-electing our co-chairs now, which I think we're now obligated to do, even if it hasn't passed through the commission, and so I I was anticipating that something was going to happen on that, and I felt
Yeah, I think that was the intent of the motion, to make sure
which is he
you can
prepared
continue to find the data
how his
in
name to
pounds.
stand for
I don't
his
think it was an
re-election?
objection to also displaying it in kilograms, but Malcolm can correct me if I'm wrong. Ted
Well, I asked it.
Brookman, go ahead.
Well, it was
Okay, let's go to Malcolm, and we can come back to Ted if
we
can get his audio.
It's not a problem. We'll obviously we do it domestically, and it'll answer the question. I had, but it also sounded to me like maybe we had to do this for the end, and so I just wanted to be clear. I'm not trying to push Jim into.
Okay, so it's right. So it's primarily in pounds, not exclusively in pounds, but primarily. Okay. Anybody else want to comment on this? Ted, have we? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, a different subject, but I had a question for the Secretariat, and that is, did the Commission review the 3-meeting outlook and the location of the 2022 and 2023 meetings a couple days ago, or are they still as scheduled in document 15?
Okay. Good for you. Americans have refused to learn. Okay. Looks like no more comments. I guess we should clear the deck and open a vote on this.
Not hearing you, Ted.
Oh, no, right. So what he said was primarily in terms of pounds. Report all weights primarily in terms of pounds. So then you would take out the kilograms at the end of that sentence. Look okay now, Malcolm? Okay. Sorry, you faded out there, Malcolm.
Yeah.
You ready to vote? Okay. All right. Let's clear the
I was just going to say, being a cheap Canadian at a $1.28, we'd love to have it in Canada.
Yes, thank you, Linda. I would motion to consider a location for Sitka in 2022 as a location for the IPHC.
Let us know when.
Would be a good middle ground for the time of the year and all amenities needed to.
I would just add, if I may, just one point from the Secretariat, that as an international body, we do need to weight both equally, pounds and kilograms. And that's all I will say. Thank you.
I think so. I mean, a change in our terms of reference and procedures, does that have to be approved by the commissioners before we act on it, or are we allowed to have self-determination in that way?
I was just going to motion Victoria because that's where we're supposed to be, but seeing a motion's already on the floor, I guess I'm a little late.
We have 50 seconds for you to submit your vote, please.
Ready to vote.
I think it's okay in Sitka, but it's hard to get to. I think the most central location would be Anchorage, or maybe that's my suggestion. But like for all the centralized fishermen in Gulf of Alaska, either it's Seattle or Anchorage. Sitka is one of the hardest places to get to, especially with the Sustamina not running, Kennecott not running, and planes are having trouble going back and forth, especially with this COVID-19 restrictions.
Okay. Oops. Okay, well, then, it looks like we have one or I don't know if people maybe just didn't take their hands down or if we have people with hands up. Because I think we're at the point of other business, and whether there's any other business anybody wants to bring before the conference board. Otherwise, we are ready to wrap up, I believe.
Status for everyone and return to the
so I'm seeing Jerry Christensen with his hand up. I'm seeing Donald Isaac with a check mark. So, Jerry, were you looking to speak?
You elect co-chairs at this session.
Yes, thanks. Last year it was in Anchorage, if I recall, and the year before that in Portland. So if we were going to skip, because this is supposed to be the BC meeting, if we were going to skip that and go back to the location, wouldn't Seattle?
Well, okay, so but I thought what we had heard was that that change had to be approved by the commission and that the election would have to happen intersessionally. Wasn't that what we just got guidance on? Yeah. So I think we're not doing elections right now. Or were they just trying to find out if you're willing for when we can, is Jerry just trying to find out if you're willing for when we can do elections?
The last meeting we had in the U.S. was in Sitka, unless I missed something, but I think it really should be either in Seattle or Victoria this time around.
Now,
for some of the obvious
do the
lodging,
revisions to the terms
transportation,
of
and so
reference,
forth.
and then go through, I don't know if the same ad hoc group wants to look at them. And then they go before the Secretariat for review
That
anyways.
sounds, yeah,
See whether they can match up.
on
So
point,
I think
and
we just
we will
do
just
the
stay off the
election,
agenda again.
do that part.
I
We've
do.
done
Can
the
you hear me
motion
now?
that says allowing us to say
Right.
that.
Laura, that was my understanding
I
from
actually
the
had
read
a
of the
question
terms of
about
reference.
the chairs. I'll go ahead and ask it now, and then if you want to finish up the conversation on meeting location. I just wanted confirmation on, I thought at the beginning of the meeting when we were going to vote on the chairs, we didn't actually vote on the chairs because we moved that agenda item to the end. But it's been a long day and a half, so I just wanted to confirm whether we've actually voted for chairs.
Okay, well, thanks for that clarification. And Jerry, we will accept the nomination for Jim when we're allowed to go ahead and take the vote. How's that sound?
Out of order.
Looks like Dan, you have your hand up. I don't know the answer to that because I've not been listening into the commission meetings. I know there was some concern that it looked like we were not, didn't have a meeting scheduled for in the U.S. in that Outlook time. But Laura, do you know if that was revisited or? Okay. All right. I haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but so it sounds like that's been addressed by the commissioners. Roger, thank you. Rebecca. We're not hearing you, Rebecca. Looks like you're unmuted on our end, but we can't hear you.
Thank you. I was, given that the appeals had become now, which place was the best place, I would have preferred, and maybe that's what's happened, but it seems to me, and this is what we've done with a couple of other international commissions, because of COVID, it's been decided to defer a place until the next time. So it would be my view, given the economic and other issues that are involved,
yes,
that the next meeting ought to be in Canada and in Victoria. But maybe that's
what was recommended was
all I wanted
updating the terms of reference, so that needs to still take place before then.
Well, Sitka, of course, but yeah, I don't know. Is there a motion? I think I don't know. We're not able to hear Rebecca. I'm wondering. Lyle says Hawaii.
Chair Behnken.
We have another vote for Hawaii. Does anybody want to, other than a little chat suggestions, make a motion about a location for a meeting? Lyle? We'll look for suggestions from everybody but Lyle. Yeah, I think there was a desire to host it in 2022 in the U.S.
There is a revision
sort of follow the traditional sort of back and forth between countries, but looks like somebody, Garrett, do you have a motion? Okay, we have a second for that. I know we did consider Sitka one other time. There was an issue of adequate restaurant feeding facilities, but that might be something we can work to address with a little planning. But is there a second for the motion of considering Sitka for the 2022? Okay, I think I got Brian and Dan, so take your pick, Laura. Okay, I don't think we want to. Okay, so let's see. Quincy? Or would you take it back?
I feel just given the updated information, it may be best just to retract.
Thank you, Madam.
Second that, guys.
Okay.
If I may, through the chair, while we're waiting to connect Rebecca, if the conference board did have a preference on the meeting location. They could actually recommend it if they wanted to consider that. And it, to note, it is possible to do it in, sorry.
Yeah, I think as I said before, there has been some changes that way with hotel capacity and restaurant capacity.
I have a motion that the
increases given
board
if they all
recommends
survive
that
COVID, they are so far, and
IPHC
maybe
chairmanship continue to rotate.
some advance notice opportunity to address that. But point taken. Linda Kozak and then Pear. Okay, we're not sure we're making progress here. Let's see. So, Pear, did you want to speak? Yeah, I think the last one was in.
I'm just seeking some clarification.
Okay, yeah, last one I think was.
I get that.
Well, we've tried Anchorage, Juneau, various, but okay. Rebecca, you want to try again? We gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate, and that was my question as well. Clarity needs to occur, but we would, if we follow this
Right.
Yeah, no, I just appreciate Malcolm making the motion. I think it's a long-standing custom, and I think it's good to continue to rotate the chairmanship between the contracting parties. And I think the commissioners can decide where to schedule the 2022 and 2023 meetings if they're uncomfortable with having, the chairmanship go.
I think we did vote for the two co-chairs, for Jim and myself.
Okay, I guess.
And we will get these terms.
So we're making a recommendation on something we're already doing. Is that what this is saying?
And probably changed. And
like, I just want to be clear. Like,
and intersessionally, we can vote for a chair for the next year. And I am being told by our fearless leader that actually it looks like 2022 is actually locked in already. And maybe it's more of an issue of making sure the.
So what do the rules and procedures say?
The commission is.
We just get clarification.
Traded
with having infrastructure
back and forth. Anyway, it's getting really confusing. So I think maybe what we do is just recognize this year has made it complicated. That we have always supported the process of.
I'm just pulled them up now. I'm looking at it. So
going back and forth between the contracting parties and trying to rotate.
Have I got it right? Rule 9, selection of chairperson and vice chairperson. The commission shall
thought we did investigate.
Elect from its commissioners a chairperson and vice chairperson, each of whom
And I
shall
don't
be
know,
elected for a term of 1
we
year
may ask
and
for
shall serve until the day following the election of their successors. The
consideration
chairperson
of
and vice
withdrawing the
chairperson
motion
shall be
since it
from
looks
different
like 20
contracting parties. Each year these chairs shall
22 is
rotate
sort of locked
between the
in, but, Linda, are
contracting
you
parties.
Intended to take place. There in 2021.
where are we? Pear spoke. Maybe we're at Jerry Christensen.
So can I speak to that?
Something to consider that Sitka's a challenge. Given our numbers and.
I mean, thank you, Chris.
Hey, you no one go.
The infrastructure.
Yeah, because actually the way it's written wasn't even how. I had intended for it to be.
I think so. Let's give Jeff Stevens and Malcolm a chance to speak, and then maybe we either amend, ask the maker of the motion to withdraw, or just make a suggestion that it could be explored for a meeting in the future. But Malcolm, why don't you go ahead?
We haven't been to Prince Rupert for almost 20 years.
Oh, not locked in. Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. We're getting text from Dr. Wilson. So it sounds like it is not locked in, but it is the sort of groundwork has been done to set the next meeting for Victoria. And I guess part of the confusion is that if this meeting is sort of technically U.S. hosted, Paul Rael is Canadian, he's the chair. So that would mean Canada will be chair again next year, if we're in Canada again. And hence there's been some confusion about the fact that this meeting is supposedly hosted in the U.S. but chaired by Canada. And what does that mean for next year? Is the assumption that next year will also be chaired by Canada? Maybe Dave wants to weigh in on that. Or Malcolm, if you had a comment you wanted to make about that. I'm a little bit lost about where we are in the process right now. It looks like the Commission would like us to consider this motion. Okay. So chair is independent of where the Commission is meeting. So it is possible to have the chair rotate back for next year, even if the Commission meets in Canada. Ooh, okay, so this is getting messy. So Malcolm, do you have anything else you wanted to say, or did you?
Okay. I was really going to inquire about the procedure we were going to follow tomorrow.
I have to ask.
And I gather that
Garrett, you made the motion for 20.
Board, and then we'll go through and discuss points, or are you
22 in Sitka? Would you like us to vote on that?
Edits, etc.
Or would you like to withdraw that?
Okay, that's good. That's what I was hoping. And I just wanted to add, someone has already put in the sideline comment, just my compliments to both you and Linda and to Lara for keeping this going. It's not an easy job.
So motion is withdrawn. If anybody wants to make a motion for the one that's up on the board that's being suggested to us,
we've dealt with some tough issues and been able to do it in a kind of civilized way.
Entertain that motion.
The alternative, and I've been in a couple of other international conferences lately where what happened is people just decided they couldn't make any
Is there a second? Okay, any further discussion? Go ahead, Donald.